Welcome, everybody. I'm Elizabeth Spencer. I'm the... Oh, Hannah, I might just ask you to stop speaking until you get up to the stage because we can hear you. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. I'm Elizabeth Spencer. I'm the Director of Library Services here at the State Library. It's fantastic to see you all here this morning, and it's such a privilege and a pleasure to be able to present Disrupted to you this year of all years. I'd like to start by acknowledging that we're meeting this morning on Jakbuja and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and the strength of the continuation of Noongar culture. Just a little bit of housekeeping today to start with. On every public floor of the State Library there are public toilets. The ones on the first floor are located where you can see the first 4 rows of stacks here. They're just behind the shelving there, women and men's toilets. Also, because you were the clever audience who came up to the air-conditioned floor, in the event, very unlikely event of an evacuation, we just follow State Library staff down these stairs here, out the front doors of the State Library, and walk towards that road you see in between the new museum and the art gallery. That's where the gathering point is. Also, just a few health messages before we start. As you know, we as a public institution and a venue, we take COVID safety seriously, and we encourage you to utilise the big yellow hand sanitizer stands that you can see outdoors, but also on every public floor of the library there's a hand sanitizer stand. We don't need all of you to sign in, but we would like to encourage at least one family member to go online and register, or to use the QR code you can see around the building. Just helps us with contact tracing in the highly unlikely event that we need that information. And just so you know, we don't use that information for anything else. We just store it safely in the event that we need to use it for that purpose, because we're a library and we value people's privacy very highly. So our first talk today is all about religious activism, moving mountains, the intersection between faith and activism. The panel is moderated by Father Chris Bedding. Father Chris is an Anglican priest in the Perth Hills and one half of the comedy duo entitled Pirate Church. Father Chris is also a regular guest on the ABC with his fellow panellist Wurzel Montague as the Holy Heretics. I love that title. So I'd now like to welcome Father Chris to introduce his panel to you. Come on down. Here they come, weaving their way through the stacks. Welcome, Father Chris.
We just cut across. Walk from over there in
but it's kind of very theatrical, really.
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah.
I'll come up onto the stage
now. Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Wait for the intro.
It's really great to be here, and thank you for that lovely welcome. And it's wonderful to be here on Wajak Noongar country, and it's always such a blessing to have the welcome and to be honoured by the welcome from elders past and present. And I'm thrilled. We are the first panel, and this is. We've had to come up through the bowels of the building. We've just had to find a last-minute toilet. But everything's fine now, we're ready to go. So as you heard, I actually live in Darlington, so I've had to drive down from the hills today. The great thing about people in Darlington is that we look down on Perth, literally, and also figuratively a lot of the time. It's the Darlington Arts Festival this weekend, so if you've got any time later today or tomorrow, it is okay to go up into the hills and enjoy it. Now today, we are talking about faith and activism, the intersection between those two things. And often when we talk about faith or religion and its influence on the modern world, we think about its alignment with power. So you might, for instance, think about the Church of England, which is my church, where bishops sit in the House of Lords and they pass laws. Or you might think about the Wahhabists in Saudi Arabia and Indonesia and their significant influence on civil society and public policy and politics. Or you might think about Hindu nationalists in India and their influence on the way that country is configured. And today, you're probably thinking about white evangelical voters in the USA and their alignment with President Trump. But today we're not here really to talk about religion aligning with the sources of power in the world. We're here to talk about grassroots activists who are working for change in the world, who are using their networks, using their resources, using their faith to try to change the world for the better, a better world, which you'll note is the theme of today's festival. So we're going to welcome each of our guests to the stage one at a time. I'm going to ask them a few questions and then we'll get cracking. So would you please welcome our first guest for today, Marzieh Muhammad Ali. Come on down, Marzieh. It is a long walk from opening those piles of books. Marzieh needs a little lie down. Now, Marzieh, really honestly, why are you here today? I understand that you have a research proposal due on Monday morning.
That is correct.
It's okay, right? It's ready. It's nearly ready.
Just editing a few thousand words down.
Okay, easy. And what is your research that you're planning to do over the coming years?
I'm looking at protest photography and particularly my experiences as a protest photographer, and that brings in things like how does my faith affect how I take photos as well.
Amazing. So this is going to lead to a PhD, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Okay, I look forward to the day when we have to call you doctor. And why photography? Why did you get into photography instead of, playing the trumpet or watercolors or something else? Why are you a photographer?
Well, one, I suck at playing instruments, and so the trumpet's out of the question. And I'm also not very good at painting.
Yeah.
But photography, I've always been really interested in photography. I grew up with a camera mad dad who, loved taking photos of anything and everything. And so it's always been there. It's never been something like, oh, I'm going to be a photographer. It just was a thing. And with protests, it's actually been a way for me to engage with protests and deal with other issues like anxiety and such. So I've managed to combine a few different things and come up with that. And like I said, the pun's not intended, but things just clicked.
Yep.
At that intersection. So
I see what you did there.
Ha.
Now, you come from an Islamic family and faith background.
Yes.
How has that influenced your life or been part of your journey?
So I come from a particular group. I'm a Shia Muslim, and that's a minority in the larger Islamic world. But it's a faith tradition that's really founded in activism. So for me, it's not been a question of getting into it. It's been there. It's been a part of my life regardless. It's been a part of that identity since I was very young, that, we're participating in rituals that have very uncanny similarities to the rituals of protest. We talk about amplifying the voices of the oppressed, and that's a foundation principle. We talk about remembering those who have struggled and those who have been killed in the process of standing up for social justice. As in, those are all concepts that I grew up with before I knew there were English terms for them.
Amazing. Well, thank you, Marzieh. You can have a seat because we've got to meet some new people.
All
Friends,
right.
I need to warn you though, our next guest, it's her birthday today. So while Jess comes to the stage, we're going to sing. Is everyone ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jess. Happy birthday to you. Congratulations.
That was great. Thank you.
Now, Jess, you're spending your birthday working by the sounds of it.
Yes. I do.
You're part of an organisation, you're working with an organisation called She Runs, which is getting women into politics. Why is that so important to you?
Yeah, definitely. So I've been involved in the union movement, labour movement for 8 years now, officially. And what I've seen in my time in the labour movement is that it is very hard for women who are not card-carrying members of a political party, whether it's Liberal, Labor or the Greens, to actually know how those parties function and what they need to do to make those changes. So my friend and I started She Runs so we could give women increased network to make the change that they want to make. It's not about skilling up women, because you ultimately see political parties say, oh, we need to skill up more women to get them into politics. But women already have the skills. It's just about making sure we can connect them to the right people as well and to break down some of those walls.
Amazing. Now, Jess, you're a Christian person, but you've done that in a whole lot of different ways. Can you tell us all the different ways that you've been Christian over
Yes.
the years?
So I was baptized in the Catholic Church, and that was my tradition, my first like Christian tradition. And realized when I was kind of 18, I was like, I don't think this is for me. And then sort of explored like Pentecostalism and like a few other sort of traditions. And now I just call myself a Christian because I'm like, I don't know where I fit into that, but it's definitely not, where it started, if that makes sense. But those traditions of social justice in the Catholic Church, which is where I was exposed to Christianity and the way that Jesus led his life by, making sure that people were not oppressed and, tearing down empire, is something I still strongly identify with today.
Amazing. Thanks, Jess. Jess, you're part of one of the bigger churches here in Perth, and we're really looking forward to hearing your perspective. So please choose a seat. Apparently, we're choosing seats now. There's no assigned seating. And please, while Jess chooses her seat, would you make welcome Dr. Richard Yin? Come on up.
Thank you.
Now, Richard, you're a GP.
Correct.
Before we go today, can I get a prescription for amoxicillin?
Yes, it's pretty standard, so I do carry my script around here.
I was saying to Richard earlier, that's all my GP ever does. I just walk in, he hands me a script for antibiotics, but I think you're probably slightly more holistic than that, Richard, in your practice.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Now, you are the secretary of a group called Doctors for the Environment. What are Doctors for the Environment doing? Sounds like
Well,
someone here
Doctors for
today.
the Environment just consider the fact that human health is contingent on a healthy planet. So there are a lot of things we take for granted around health, including things like access to clean water, air, food, shelter, a safe climate. And of course, while we've had that for a long period of time, we can understand that these days that's actually not so secure anymore. With climate change, we're noticing changes in terms of air pollution, in terms of heat stress, all those things that make it possible to live are now being threatened with climate change. So the advocacy is very much part of who I am as a doctor.
Amazing. Now, you've been involved in the Buddhist faith tradition teaching and part of the community. Have you always been a Buddhist?
I would be considered a loose Buddhist, but I grew up as a Christian. My mum was brought up in a Christian orphanage. So faith was really strong in my family. And in a weird sort of way, my move towards meditation and towards Buddhism was actually to get away from faith and belief.
Yeah.
So I really find it interesting that I'm back here again talking in a faith-based group about this.
Amazing, Richard. It's so good to have you with us. Our next guest, while you find your seat, is what we call a loose Christian, I think, in the sense that he's on the loose. It's my partner in piracy, the one and only Paul Montague. Would you please make him welcome? Now, it's no secret that we know each other. Sometimes you come and hot desk in my dining room and steal my air conditioning. That's how I think of it. It is great to have you here. Why are you concerned about mental health, and what aspect of mental health is really important to you?
So the polite term these days, I have lived experience. No, I will out myself as having an acute psychiatric illness, which run in my family like wooden legs. Yep. So my father, my grandparents, all over the family, and neurodivergence generally. So things like autism spectrum disorder, etc., is kind of all over my extended family. So I am particularly passionate about the way that people with any kind of either going through something like a psychotic episode, or people with what was once in a politically incorrect way called low functioning autism would have so many of their own decision making and their rights taken away from them. And so, I try to be both an example and an advocate for self-advocacy.
Thank you. And there might be people here today who also have lived experience, that wonderful euphemism, and who are like, what is it about? Why is self-advocacy better than someone else advocating for you?
Okay, so having been through a serious episode myself where I was a little bit out of touch with reality, it was traumatizing to not have what I was taking, because the whole thing is we sort of have this dichotomy, don't we, of someone sane, someone's insane. And so if someone's displaying any symptoms of being delusional at all, it's like your entire voice is taken away. Yeah. So I really want to encourage anyone working in that sector to just listen to people. You don't need to affirm and act on everything they say, but just listen to them and let them know they are heard and they are understood. That's a very important thing. I've known so many people who've been, in a sense, chewed up by the system and very broken and are now very reticent to seek any help at all when they need it, because their full experience has been that they'll get locked up and they'll just be told they're not making sense, and just sit down and take your medication and you'll be out of here at our whim. And it breaks people.
Sure. Now, 10 or more years ago when we first met, you were one sort of Christian, I can't remember what.
Yeah.
And now 10 years later, you've changed.
Yeah.
As they say. What are you now? What have you been? Like?
Oh, I'm everything. And I'm not very good at any of them. So I've always taken an interfaith perspective. I like to pick and mix from the world's great wisdom traditions in whatever form they come, whether they're theistic or not. And so these days I'm a minister at the Wembley Downs Church of Christ, which I love because it's a congregational polity, meaning there are no bishops, there are no hierarchy. If I burn the bridges there, those people can throw me out. So it's true community at the grassroots, and it's true context in our neighbourhood. So there's no kind of big machinery like you have, Father Chris.
I hadn't noticed the machinery.
I know.
It just passes me by.
Yeah, you're so zen about it.
Well, we're going to get cracking. Would you please make welcome all of our guests? Now, the first question that I have for the panel is really to dig down a little bit into your experience. And this might be a chance too for the audience to dig down into your experience. What element of your faith tradition is it that is the most influential on your decision to be an activist? What is it from whether it's the doctrine, the practices, the community, the history, what is it from what you do to feed your spirit that drives you to then work for a better world? And I'm going to start with Richard, because I know that this is actually might be a tricky question for you, because you said you're a loose Buddhist, right? You're not like nobody. You're not going to get elected, the Buddhist spokesperson anytime soon. But what is it about like meditation or something that drives you then to work for care of the environment?
So there's a number of different schools of Buddhism, and there's one school of Buddhism that emphasizes altruism. And so there's a notion that rather than awakening for oneself, there's a notion of awakening for others. So it moves beyond the idea of self-awakening, but really to awaken a society. And we could try to define that in all sorts of ways, but we're just talking about maybe moving towards something that's a little kinder, a little more tolerant, a little more understanding. So there's this idea that that's what we're trying to move towards. And so it's sort of more a service type role. It's more akin to service in other traditions, except I don't serve anything other than service itself.
Sure.
So the notion is that, and that service might be in the context of my work as a doctor, my work teaching mindfulness or meditation, my work in advocacy. So there's less of a separation between what is my spiritual practice and what is my day job or day jobs. They become one and the same for me. So, and within that context, it then means it moves me to consider what does it mean to be kinder? What does it mean to be more compassionate, more understanding, if that's what I want for society as well?
So there's an integration. And I think this might emerge already as a theme for us. There's an integration between what you believe and practice in everything. Like it infests everything, if you like.
Yeah, and it's I did struggle with it when I was younger, because there seemed to be this split. I would be living one life around practice in terms of spirituality, and then there'd be this other life in terms of me being a doctor. But over time, I found it necessary that it actually did merge, and through this vehicle, it became possible.
Marzia, you're nodding along here, and so I'm sensing that for you, this is a similar narrative. How does the kind of the photographer, the activist, the researcher, the advocate, and the Shia Muslim migrant woman, how does all of that integrate for you?
Quite a lot, but also leaves me very tired. So I've mentioned this before, that it seems to have been something that I've grown up with, that I had the idea of before I had words for it. It just was. And as Richard was talking, I was reminded of something that a particular cleric once said, that it was talking about the stages of faith and saying that, you know, if you perform faith out of fear, that's faith of a slave. That if you perform faith out of hope for reward, the faith of a business person. But if you perform faith in ways that is privileging humanity, and because of it being the right thing to do, that's the faith of a free person. And it really resonated with me in that sense. And I mean, the cleric also followed up with saying that means the atheists are the best Muslims because they don't, you know, do it out of fear of hell or, you know, hope for heaven. So I was just like, that's also a very interesting concept. But it is that idea of, you know, doing it because you believe that it is the right thing to do. And that goes across pretty much anything, whether it's advocacy around refugee rights, whether it's for the environment, whether it's talking about, you know, even living on stolen land, that you're thinking about how do I engage with my life on a daily basis and everything that I do in that way that is, you know, going with those principles of this is important, this is something that we really need to think about in terms of hoping and helping and supporting anyone around us. And it ties into another particular saying that I grew up with quite intimately, and we were always told that everyone is your equal, either in faith or in humanity. And so there is not that whole thing, any idea of you need to be opposed to anything except oppression itself. You know, like there's always that conflict. People say, you know, but what about? And I go, but yeah, what about it? To me, there's not, that conflict isn't there, because everyone is supposed to be equal in faith or humanity, regardless.
Paul, you might remember a few years ago, that time we got arrested, and
Oh, that time, yeah.
and they tried to put three of us into the back of the police van, and the two of us are not small men, but fortunately the third man was very small because he had to sit kind of smushed in between us. And I'm also remembering too, walking through the streets of Northbridge, pulling a model church at the Pride Parade. And we were dragging the church into the future together. It wasn't very heavy, it was made of paper, but the symbolism was there. Now, so, you know, and there's a myriad other kind of actions that everyone on this panel has taken for justice. What is it from your particular faith tradition and worldview that drives you to want to take action?
Well, I'm going to give the stock cliche and say Jesus. So I was.
You're taking my answer away from me.
I'm sorry. Well, okay. Well, so I was Sunday schooled in a very conservative, aggressively middle class community. My family, community, the whole thing, and we were very much told who was below us and who was above us.
Sure.
A very hierarchical, kind of feudal view of the world. But the problem is they kept teaching us stories from the gospel, Jesus' parables, and this message of universal love and equality and full humanity and love was coming through again and again to me. And I was a bit like, wait a minute. And what I kept getting was the message that I am no lesser than anybody and nobody is lesser than me. And so the whole church thing, at the age of 9, I went, I'm an atheist. This is all ridiculous because of the church, not because of the stories. And was sort of, but then I became one of those zealous adult converts in my 20s, mainly radicalized by the Catholic worker movement, which I met through the student union movement at uni. And so that had a huge impact on me because, again, it's faith in action. And then I'm also hugely influenced by the 13th century mendicant movement, so of which St. Francis is probably the most famous example universally. So those people who said, well, I've got 2 copper pieces and a pair of sandals, and I'm going out there to work in the world as kind of my sense of connection with divinity in the wider humanity. So yeah, it's a lot I could bang on. I'm not going to.
Yeah. Jess, as lucky last in this particular part of the conversation, you're a union thug, basically. I mean, I think that's the technical term.
Yeah.
And you're working very actively for workers' rights, and also around women's empowerment in the political process. So, and let me put it this boldly, right? When people think Christians in politics, they think Tony Abbott being best friends with George Pell. They think Scott Morrison and that picture in the church, you know, with his hand raised. Not that there's anything wrong with worshipping God in that way, but that might be the alignment. But that's not where the sort of the area that you're working that's driving you. So what is it that drives you to do the type of work that you're involved in? Yeah,
definitely. And I think it's probably more in subversive ways, to be honest. So, you know, like what Paul was saying about Jesus being that person who identified with the oppressed and the brokenhearted. And that doesn't mean that I go into work every day and go, oh my gosh, you're oppressed, you're brokenhearted, you need me, into an aged care facility or a union meeting or a worker meeting, because they can totally self-advocate for themselves. They probably don't really need me there. But the way that I see it is that, you know, we are fighting empire. An empire can look like the government. It can look like these Christian organisations that run our aged care facilities. It can look like a whole bunch of different things. But when I sit there in an enterprise bargaining agreement meeting with workers, I do see them as the people who are the ones that love and care and are the very hands and feet of Jesus, you know, if we want to go that deep. And for me, in terms of the union movement and politics, and Christianity, I kind of just see the ways about, okay, how can I live my life out in such a way that I can create a platform for others, not to be a voice for others, but to make sure I amplify what they're going through. So that's how I kind of identify myself, being a Christian, working in the union movement, being a union thug. And it doesn't always look pretty because, you know, in Australia, there's a particular view of what a Christian should look like, and they should be conservative and they should be white and they should be against all the things that I'm advocating for on a daily basis. So it's just about making that decision every day to continue doing what you're doing, and like, how can I be the hands and feet of Jesus in this circumstance?
I just want to explore that more with you, because I'm imagining you don't around the workplace or on sites go in and go, oh, everyone, if you've got a minute, I'd like to share the good news with Jesus with you, you know, over the coffee table. I'm guessing you're not that kind of person.
No.
But also you don't hide the fact that you're a person of faith, and you're quite open about that. It's, you know, I found out. So how
I just found out. No, I'm joking.
like, what is what we might call evangelism, being sharing good news? What does it look like for you? If it's not either the stereotype of being like, you know, handing out pamphlets, and it's not hiding it. How do you like sort of embody good news somehow?
I think you just need to be it. You know what I mean? Like, if there's a situation that you don't like, or you don't like what someone is going through at a workplace, or, you know, there's something you're not comfortable with, like, you do just have to speak out. And, you know, it does get uncomfortable at times, but you just need to be that good news. Like, you need to, I don't sit there and think to myself, what would Jesus do in this situation? But I do think to myself, how can I help this person, or how can I get the best outcome for this person? So I know you act with a spirit of love and a spirit of faith, and hopefully that is able to just flow out into your entire life if you're walking that life, you know. So it's sort of that sense of integration that Richard first raised, that it's not about having bringing your religion to the workplace, or bringing your work to the world of religion, but just being your authentic self in that context. Yeah, definitely.
Interesting. Now, I want to explore with panelists, why do you do the kind of work that you do in the activism space? Like, you can do anything, right? And there are people who spend a lot of energy, like with the school P&C, because that's really important work. And then there are people who chain themselves to bulldozers, usually not at a P&C meeting, right? So what's driven you to do what you do? And Margie, I want to start with you here, because like, I see you're everywhere in Perth for taking photos of rallies and protests and actions and parades and all of that. And you told us a bit about what motivates you there, but I know that it's not just for you that you're taking those photos. Why photographing rallies in particular?
So my own background feeds quite heavily into this in terms of being someone who sits at various intersections that are not the majority view or not the dominant one. So I experience things individually. And so that's part of the motivation. But a really big part, and this happened very early on when I started doing protest photography, and I was taking photos of protests that were about the actions that were happening in Palestine and particularly in Gaza. And at that point in time, I knew a few people who were from Gaza, but I did not know, people intimately who were living there and such. And this kind of sticks with me every time I kind of go, why am I doing this? And, this is really like, why am I still here? Why are we still protesting and such? Is that I got this Facebook message, very random. And it was from someone who was there. Their cousin lived in Perth and had shared my photos to their Facebook.
Yeah.
And this person in Palestine had seen the photos and messaged me through that and said, thank you for showing us that people care, that people actually know what's happening, to us. And that's the big reminder to me, is that it's not just taking photos, it's documenting history. Yes, it's, that personal motivation to be involved, but there's also other people who draw strength and who, need to know that there are people who believe in them and who are fighting for them. And I've had variations on that through the years, like people from people who are in detention centers, for example, and their only mode of communication previously would be through a, clandestine mobile phone. And now it's a little bit more open, but, initially it wasn't. And they would be like, they would send things that they wanted people to hear. They would ask, people to speak on their behalf, or, they would send recordings that would be played at protests, or their images would be put into the protest. That, so it's almost like I'm doing a photography of the people who are absent.
Sure.
And taking those spaces in between and relaying back that you might not be here, but we are remembering you and we're considering you as part of this community, and considering your advocacy, your self-advocacy as part of this as well, and amplifying that. And to me, that's the real sort of value in a lot of what I do, is that communication and bringing people in who aren't necessarily able to be there because of systematic issues.
Sure.
And it goes back to a quote by Arundhati Roy, that is really the underpinning of one of my practice. And I use this everywhere, so people know me, have heard this a million times. But, the quote is from her lecture at the Sydney Peace Prize. And she said, there's no such thing as the voiceless.
Yeah.
There are only the deliberately silenced and the preferably unheard.
Yeah.
And so that's what is underpinning my practice of photography, is amplifying those who are deliberately silenced and those who are preferably unheard, those who are hidden away, those who are locked away and told you can't speak. I always argue with the whole voice for the voiceless thing. I just like, no, that's not it.
Yeah.
It is saying they have a voice and bringing it to the fore, even when they physically can't be there. And that's kind of the underpinnings of what I do.
I might bring Paul in because I have a question about this very issue around the voices and the visibility of queer people, and particularly of queer people of faith. And I know, Marzia, you've taken some very fetching photos of me at rallies for marriage equality and so on. And I know, Paul, we've marched alongside at events and worked on campaigns together. And why do people like us here who feel safe to do so, from our faith perspective, advocate for queer rights? Why is that important? Why does that matter?
Well, at a very basic level, I want, LGBT folks, particularly trans folks right now, to know that people of faith love them, and because the message out there that, for any queer folks to be picking up a message that people of faith just despise them and consider them less than, that's entirely reasonable. The way it's, the loudest voices in the room kind of dominate with that message. So, and just to signal it's all everybody. An attack on everybody, an oppression on anybody's human rights is oppressing all of our human rights. Yeah. And so, this whole, there's no us and them, there's only us. So for me, it's just kind of a no-brainer. You just, you just show up. Yeah. And that's often all I do. But
Marcia, as a Muslim person present in that context, that's probably more rare, certainly in Australia. But I'm conscious that for queer Muslims, they often can't be visible about their faith. So is that important to you to be sort of present as an ally and supporter and advocate in that space?
It's really important to show that, well, there are queer Muslims in the first place. It's like, it's not a rare unicorn that, is a mythical creature. It's just that, the narratives around queerness and the narratives around Muslimness have been thought to be mutually exclusive. And please stop me if I start getting more into research, because I literally wrote an entire, page on this the other day about, how important it is to have that representation and make it visible. But, it's not something that is, these are two identities that aren't mutually exclusive. And it's been put that way, that this is the traditional way of going. And it's difficult when, for example, a lot of Muslim spaces are gendered. And if you're someone who's non-binary, then, it's like, where do you belong? How do you engage with those traditional Muslim spaces? And what I found is that there are other Muslim spaces that, confront that and say, well, we want to include people and we don't want them turning away from faith, but we don't want them to deny their identities in other spaces either. Yeah. And so that in itself,
as just as a default, even that's changing. That probably, perhaps as a consequence, the religious voices in Australia are typically getting more conservative and often aggressive too. I mean, that's sometimes quite abrasive, the types of voices that we're hearing. And yet there's also grassroots voices of people of faith. Movement it doesn't always feel like, when I think, environment movement, yes, there must be a lot of Buddhists meditating as part of that, or there must be a lot of mindfulness practice going on. But actually there is, right? There are people who are deeply concerned about the environment, who are also trying to, to engage with their own spiritual life or their own personhood somehow.
There probably isn't. I don't think there's probably enough. I think it opens up a dialogue about values for me, because I think the repository, the discussion around values is such an important idea, and there's very few places where that's actually upheld. And one of the places it is upheld is in the context of faith groups, and what is it that we actually stand for? What is actually meaningful? And these are dangerous times. They're dangerous times in the context of the conflicts, the divisions within societies, the division of politics along a whole number of lines. And there's a real chance of fracturing along the lines of either gender or race or class. There's a whole number of tensions that now exist. And I think it's critical that somehow faith groups can come together. Would be my enormous vision, that faith groups could come together that would express a common value. So coming from their faith, but expressing some common universal value of kindness or compassion or understanding that could hold that tension, to understand that we're all in this together. Because when we approach those tensions, they're very confronting for many people. So how do we do that in a meaningful way and still hold to the idea that we're in this together? We only got this one planet for me. This is my only home. And it's a shared home. And we can't do this unilaterally. Yeah. So it is that we come together in some way.
Yeah. Richard, you've touched on something, and I want to sort of state it boldly as a proposition that whatever movement, whatever campaigns, whatever work people are doing towards a better world, people of faith have to be at the table, not dominating, not controlling, but present at the table, both for our own what I would call salvation, for our own good, and also for the good of the world. Jess, does that resonate with you?
Yeah, it does. And it resonates with what Richard was saying about people coming together. And I see incredible value of people of faith coming to the table. And I think the difference that we have compared to politicians and, all the rest of it is to acknowledge that we don't have all the answers, and to acknowledge that we can see each other's humanity when we're making decisions or talking about ideas or talking about race, when we're talking about gender, that we would actually see each other's humanity in that. And that's why more people of faith should come to the table, and also as well amplify the voices of others, and to give other people a seat at the table who might not be of faith but might be a person that, we're talking about those issues. Yeah.
And I think too, speaking particularly about Christian churches, which still are the majority religious group in Australia, churches are deceptively diverse, like multicultural, diversity in income, in age, and in politics and worldview. And that, I suspect, can be part of what we bring, is that our connection at a grassroots level with small kind of collectives in the community. You were a church community where you actually have to come across people who don't align necessarily with your worldview, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like at the many churches I've gone to, everyone has had different incomes, different ideas, different worldviews. And it's like, how can we bring that all together? And instead of just cancelling someone out for their idea, they might not have ever been exposed to an idea that I'm presenting to them, to acknowledge that, and to talk more to people of other faiths as well, because sometimes our view of people with other faiths is what we see on the TV or what we see on the radio or what a politician says. So there needs to be more common dialogue between all people of different faiths as well. Yeah.
Paul, as the token straight white man on the panel,
You presume a lot.
what do religious groups have to do you think, to not just contribute, but to ensure that the kind of the fullness of our faith communities contribute? Because like hearing from just the Archbishop of Sydney or just the Grand Mufti is one thing, but actually hearing from the diversity of voices is another. What changes might we have to make?
I know for myself, at least, recognising that I am a middle-aged white man with a deep voice, so I've got all the tools to be oppressor. So I need to get off the platform, and I think in a church congregation or parish or whatever religious group where predominantly it is, middle class and up, English as a first language, broadly Anglo-Celtic people, we actually need to open up the space. And so we're property owners in our little suburban congregation. We're trying to invent ourselves more and more. Just make room, make space, and hand the platform over. And ensure that our spaces feel genuinely safe and accessible. Not putting a big, we welcome everybody sign on the door, but making them genuinely accessible, genuinely safe for everyone, and saying, please come in, and whatever resources we can offer you, whether that's financial, whether it's space, whether whatever.
Top of the sources of power, but to actually work from the local community, which actually for people of faith, this is what we do, right? This is our, we get together and we meditate, we get together and we worship, we get together and we pray, to discuss, to learn, and it's not just unions and not just campaign groups that gather like this. And actually my former Shire president now said to me once, she said, oh, actually, if I just come here on Sunday morning, cross-section of the community, than I can if I have if the local government has a consultation, nobody comes. But if I just front up to your church on Sunday morning, I'll be able to have the conversations that might be valuable. Now, we're going to open up to questions from the audience, and I just want to emphasize that word, questions. So we love comments so much, but questions. Questions are what we're here for today. So, particularly questions that you might want to put to the panel. We won't have very long, but that opportunity is coming. But before and while you think about your questions, I want to put to the whole panel. I'm going to start with you, Marzia, and then just work along the line. If for our audience here today, if you wanted them to know one thing about faith or the intersection of faith and activism, what would you want them to take away from you today?
question.
Yeah.
Don't assume. That's probably my biggest one. Just read my name on something. Their assumption is usually, and this is because probably my last name, male,
Yep.
conservative, usually with a beard, with a thick accent, someone who will be, who would have values that don't align with what's considered contemporary or whatever. And then I walk in and they go, what?
Yeah.
and I think that's the biggest thing, is that don't make that assumption. And I'll be honest, there are Muslims who would espouse values and base it on faith that are not necessarily considered progressive, or who would be exclusive in the way that they run their faith. I'm not going to shy away from that. And there's a big history of wars fought over that.
Yeah.
But that's not it.
Yeah.
Someone who I knew very well in uni said to me that when I first met you, I didn't know what you'd be like. And then you started speaking and I was like, I want to know this person a lot more. And this person is a, big queer bikey person,
Yeah.
and has been an absolute joy to know. And, has even come to rallies specifically that I want to make sure that you're okay.
Yeah.
And so I really appreciate that friendship with that person, because it's based on giving a chance to, and for us both giving a chance to each other,
Yeah. Yeah.
to getting to know each other and what we're about, and realizing that we stand for more we have more in common than differences.
Sure.
Even though, like, if we're standing together, people kind of go, what's
Yeah.
going on here?
Yeah.
Just don't make that assumption about anything, whether it's race or gender or education or sexuality or whatever.
Jess, what final thought would you like to leave about faith and activism?
Yeah, I think don't tie your faith to a political party, and it's such a big statement to make. But really, like, faith looks very different from a political party, and we can kind of get sucked into that. And the next part was that faith is an incredibly beautiful and complex journey. Where you started will not be where you finished. And it's okay. It's okay to change your mind about things and to go back and talk to friends. It's okay. And it looks different for everyone.
Richard, what do you want these people to hear?
So for me, it's more about about the practice of something called mindfulness, and mindfulness sits as the foundation of lots of Buddhist practice. And fundamentally, the understanding of mindfulness is a capacity to stay open, interested, connected, kind within a situation, no matter how difficult, how awkward that situation is. So for me, the idea is to actually, in taking it into activism, you do exactly the same thing. It's not about them against us against them. It's not a polarizing. You just go to that situation with that openness and try to work with the situation as is, without any prejudice about who that person on the other side of the table is, trying to move towards a better outcome, considering those as key ideas or key values. So for me, the approach matters. How we approach the issue matters.
Paul, final word.
A final word. Wow. Okay. So for me, the most what I like about seeking wisdom, seeking growth, seeking, through whatever religious narratives, non-religious narratives, in a community of purpose, is the constant asking the question, so what? So, I'm not very evolved, so I tend to scoff at people that say, I've been saved by Jesus, or they say, I've been doing so much meditation, I'm so woke now, or whatever the thing is. And the which one question is always, so what? What are you going to do about it? So you've figured out that you're loved and accepted and forgiven? Great. What are you going to do about that? That for me is always the question, so what? And to me, it doesn't, whether it's a faith activist community, whether it's the XR movement, whatever it is, if you've got a community you belong to that's driven for a purpose, then ultimately that's selfishly, that's good. It's good for you as an individual, and hopefully it has a knock-on effect to the world.
Well, it's time for questions now. Someone's going to come to you with a microphone. And just a reminder that we're asking questions of the panel, and I might direct it to particular people. Who's first?
Hi, I'm Marianne. Thank you, panel.
Overwhelmed by the issues, especially the destruction of habitat. That's quite common, actually. I can speak for that myself. I look and go, what can I even do? Richard, you are our environment guy.
I completely understand. I completely understand and empathize and understand that you're not alone in this situation, because it's a difficult topic when you understand what is actually happening. So there's a notion that one should first of all be a bit kind to oneself and understand that one is suffering and take care of oneself, and that's absolutely critical. So caring for oneself is important in advocacy and when you engage in difficult topics. I would probably add another idea that make it around, actually. And so each day for me, reflecting on that, and gratitude can sustain you, and you can hold both gratitude and your difficulties. And if you do that, it's easier to hold difficulties. So if you can have gratitude as a basis for your life and situate your difficulties in that, it becomes something very powerful. You can actually begin to work with that in some way and keep on moving and work with that difficulty. And that's not dismissing that it's hard, but there's a
There was a hand up perhaps over here. I'm not really choosing the questions. I'm just letting them emerge organically. Someone will get a microphone any second now.
A couple of hands over here.
Hi, my name's Regan. My question is, I guess, as kind of a young person who is queer and has never really explored faith or religion in any aspect, explore that in a way that's going to be safe and not have to worry about what place to go to. I had a friend who is gay and he went to a church on his very first night. They talked about how, you know, it was bad, being homosexual was bad. How can I explore that and find out what places I can go to where I know I will be accepted?
Regan, thank you. And thank you for naming the reality that there are unsafe faith traditions and faith communities. Secretary Vickle can talk to, but you want to know the honest truth as well? I can't just list all their names on a website because they're going to get attacked. And that's the reality of the world that we live in. And the tragedy, I think, of being a person of faith today who wants to support queer people, that we can't just always just put a sign up that says, you're welcome and we're going to fly the rainbow flag, even if that's true. But alongside that, and I'm sorry, I'm going to let other people speak in to say that if you are able, if you have the strength, and the capacity and the support to engage with a faith community that's safe for you, please do. We need the voices of queer people and of all sorts of diversity in our faith communities. We are less, we are impoverished when those voices are absent. And as a faith leader, we need to, we need to get better at seeing those voices coming into our communities as a gift rather than as a threat. But I just want to see if there's others on the panel who feel like they want to add something to that. Marcia, perhaps?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I talk about being unmosqued in that I don't actually attend a physical mosque space here, and I haven't for a while. Like when I go and visit my parents at home, I'll go, and that's where I grew up and such. But there are alternative spaces, people of faith, that are meant to be safe. And we're finding those places are translating from online spaces into physical spaces as well. Now, in Australia, the ones I'm aware of, unfortunately, aren't in Perth. But, there is a gay imam who runs, services in Melbourne, for example. And those are, again, they reach out online. There's, Sydney queer Muslims. There's a whole range of groups out there that have recognized that there needs to be a space for people to come as they are, regardless of all of their identities. And it's not negating any of them. It's saying no, we embrace all of these different aspects of you and yourself, and they are all valid. And it's finding those, and it's very much like you've said, Chris, is that
Got to be
you
Sherlock
can't-
Holmes. Like
you can't list them. And so the Unity Mosque, which is actually based out of Canada, you know, they literally have on their thing that they keep changing their physical location because of that fear. But they run an international mosque that is based on principles of equality, that is based on, you know, welcoming people who are from various sectarian backgrounds, but also who are non-binary and trans. And, you know, one of the things I really had the privilege of seeing was a trans woman leading prayer recently. And they, you know, broadcasted over Zoom to the whole world.
Yeah.
And encourage people to get involved. And but it is that thing of finding people who are going to be part of that community because of the very realistic issues that come up from more conservative groups about, you know, engaging. So that's just an experience that I'm sharing.
Can I say we've had two really great questions, and I'm so pleasantly surprised that nobody's grandstanded. So if you have one last question, if you really feel like you have perhaps over the back there, there's one last question that we can respond to today before we bring things to a close, and it's going to be a rapid fire response from us. Tell us your name, please.
Hi, I'm Boaz, and Richard sort of already answered my question, but I'd be interested to hear what other people say. As someone who doesn't have religious faith, but I guess sometimes I almost wish that I did, to just sort of have something to hold on to hope for. And I guess Richard said that that gratitude can be something, but I guess what would you just say to people who don't necessarily have religious faith, but want to, I guess, have some sort of, I don't know, hope or faith in the world, I guess?
Yeah. Paul, what would you say?
I would say, so before in my adult life, I was a theist. I really gravitated. So human beings, we're narrative animals, and we're all about stories and mythology, and I say that with absolute reverence for the term. So you know, look at all the world's great wisdom traditions, and you can drop theism and the notion of magical thinking entirely, and just and look for those stories of hope and resilience, and even if you rest there before coming back to, because here's the thing: despair, anger in response to injustice and suffering. All those emotions are entirely valid, and I would say entirely holy. And if they drive you just to take action and to seek restoration and recovery for people on the planet, then use that drive you. But come back to rest. Come back to rest and self-care and boundaries, as we talked about. And in that time, fill yourself up with stories of hope. It doesn't mean believing in a God or whatever kind of supernatural constructs. Rest in hope.
Friends, we're going to finish there, and I'm going to stand up, and we're all going to stand up actually, so that we can say our final farewells. Could you please offer your thanks to, wait for it, Marzia, Jess, Richard and Paul, and I'm Chris. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the day.
And I'd like to thank Father Chris for that very entertaining facilitation of the panel, and for really breaking down our assumptions about traditional religion and really reminding us of what brings religion together for social justice. So we've got another panel coming up here in this space at 1:45. It's all about disrupting hierarchies in the arts. So have a toilet break, get refreshed, come back, check your program for panel discussions going on in the stage downstairs outdoors as well. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, everybody. Or welcome to the first floor panel space, the air-conditioned space for the Disruptive Festival of Ideas. I'm Elizabeth Spencer. I'm the Director of Library Services here at the State Library. I'm your MC for this space. I'd also like to begin again by acknowledging that we're meeting on Noongar Whadjuk Budja and pay respects to elders past, present and emerging. So our next panel is presented by our cultural institution Cousins, the Art Gallery of Western Australia. This panel is entitled New Ways Forward, Disrupting Hierarchies in the Arts. In 2020, global issues such as the Black Lives Matter movement and the impact of COVID-19 on our social relationships have created worldwide change and provided the opportunity to shift the status quo. It's a critical moment where we can decide to create new spaces, shape a way forward that is diverse and inclusive, and step outside the traditional hierarchies found within the gallery and museum sector. This panel is going to take a moment to reflect on how we could do things differently to create more space, allow more voices, and develop arts experiences that engage people authentically, openly, and with continued relevance. Please welcome to the stage the panel and the moderator for this panel, Shaheen Hughes, who's going to introduce everybody. Shaheen is the inaugural CEO of the Museum of Freedom and Tolerance and is a passionate advocate for the pursuit of social justice and cultural equity outcomes throughout the arts. Thank you.
Thanks, Liz. Can everyone hear me? Yeah. Welcome to this session. I hope you're all feeling good today. I'd like to begin by welcoming our speakers today, a fantastic panel. Rowan Kickett, Jeremy Smith, welcome from Pika, Gemma Weston from Perth Festival, and of course Ian Strange from Agua. It's great to be here on the stage with you for this important session. And I'd also like to acknowledge that we do meet on Whadjuk Noongar land and to pay my deep respect to elders past and present. So 2020, I think disruption, you will all agree, is a very apt theme. It is a critical moment. I feel like many systems have, been disrupted already, and it provides us with an enormous, opportunity to work together as arts institutions, as artists, to change the way we see things. So the question we've been given to ponder today is, how can we as institutions and artists do things differently to create more space and allow more voices in our institutions? I wanted to start today by, challenging the language and the notion that hierarchies found within the gallery and museum sector are traditional. I wanted to talk a bit about that word because traditional is a word sometimes prone to being sentimentalized. These systems aren't traditional. These systems are colonial. They are artificial systems, inherently violent systems and structures of the settler colonial state built to concentrate power away from the owners of this land. I think they are not traditional to the people of this land and the multiplicity of traditions that have been born here and date back more than 60,000 years. So in terms of contextualizing the discussion today, what we're clearly talking about is decolonisation. So how do we reorient our art galleries and institutional spaces of culture towards a new decolonised framework to reflect our place here on Noongar Budja? So Rowan, I'd like to start with you, if I may, and get you to talk to this question.
Yeah, as a Noongar artist, I've been practicing for many years in Perth, and I've also had experiences within the uni system. And that word colonial really resonates strong. And when we look at institutions in Perth, you look at the basis that they're founded on, it's academia. And when you look at what the basis of academia is founded on, it's a very colonial mindset. So when you were looking at a very institutionalized system built on a colonial mentality, which is a racially and biased system. So when we look at the lack of representation of Noongar artists in Perth, particularly within these institutions, you can get an understanding of why there is a lack of representation, because Aboriginal art really does not fit into this colonial system that has been built within these institutions. Particularly with the academia, we're getting these kids straight out of high school. They're very impressionable, and then they're going through this system which is built on the colonial mentality. They're being indoctrinated into this system, and they're not really thinking about the system, and anything outside that system is obviously wrong because it's not what they've been taught. And these people are making the decisions in Perth now within the institutions. And that right there, they don't have any education when it comes to Aboriginal art. There isn't even an Aboriginal art unit at university. There's no Aboriginal art degree. So we're having a lot of people making decisions about our industry that actually have no education when it comes to Aboriginal art, what it is or where it comes from. And the ramifications of this is our artists don't get the opportunity to show their work in its entirety. We're forced into a very commercialised sector in the public works sector, where as soon as you start over-commercialising things, you start to lose the integrity of what you're doing. And that's one thing I'm very worried about, is the integrity of our stories and our culture that's been shown in Perth. Is it really, with the public works, there's so much criteria you have to meet. And at the end of the day, is it really the artwork, and are they really expressing the full cultural story in its entirety? Which, if they did this within the institutions, they have that freedom of expression to really show that cultural aspect and to really tell it to the full degree and keep that integrity strong.
So, Rowan, I'm interested, these are very broken and unsafe foundations, the museum sector, the educational institutions. Do we need to start again? And this is a question I'll throw out to all of you as well. Can colonial institutions decolonise themselves, or do we need to start again? Would you like to start, and then we'll go around the panel?
Yeah, when I look at the system, why would you want to rebuild that? Why not start again? If we start again, we have an opportunity to build something extremely unique and unique to Perth. And if we do that, we can actually create a real Perth identity with that. And I think that's such a good concept, to have that identity on the world stage from Perth as something being extremely unique.
Hi. Yeah, look, I'm here today representing Pika, the red brick building over the courtyard there. We're 30 years old. We were started as an artist-run initiative, so I guess that's interesting context when discussing constitutions and when discussing institutions about how the starting point was begun, I guess. And so there was a group of artists that led to the creation of Pika from an organisation or an artist-run collective called Praxis. And look, Pika in recent years has been taking slow but purposeful steps towards improving the way that we are open, are accessible, and I think something that I was going to talk about quite extensively today was about being an ally to First People, to disabled people, to people of colour and whatnot as well. So, and that's something that I guess me as General Manager is really keen to work on within our organisation, about how all of our staff can become allies and create better senses of empathy and understanding to do that change from within. And I guess we're noticing as well that a lot of artists that we work with are starting to be very direct in the way that they want us to change, respond, react as well. So that's one thing we started with very purposefully with programming and the types of works that we're presenting within Pika. We're a multi-art form organisation, so we do have a presenter program of visual arts, of performance, and then also have works in development in our space as well, which is something that's quite different and unique for I guess, the representatives here today on this panel, and how all of those steps create a better, safer, more meaningful environment for staff, as well as our audience, as well as the artists, as well as the stakeholders that we work with, is something that we're on a journey, I guess, at the moment. I don't think we're at a finishing point, and we're nowhere near that finishing point, but it's something that we're very cognizant of and trying to change from within. We've made good progress on a board level, and I guess staff is the next piece of work that we're looking at as well.
Gemma?
Hi. So I'm here from Perth Festival today, but prior to my role at Perth Festival, I worked at Lawrence Wilson Art Gallery on campus at UWA for about 6 years. And so something that I'm well and truly institutionalised, and something that I've been reflecting on this year is the transition of, I suppose, speed and pace between those two institutions. I think for a a festival has really highlighted for me the difficulty in I suppose thinking slowly and carefully within a framework that really requires quite high pressure environments, that requires short-term contracts and a high degree of sort of staff turnover, just in the structure of the of delivering a festival. So when all of your work is concentrated in a particular point of the year, and how those conditions often create barriers for entry for people from diverse backgrounds. There tends to be a reliance on the known, on the proven, and so the festival is also, as PICA is, involved in a really active process of really having this conversation inside that organisation. And something that I was really proud of is that responding quite quickly to that was that we have a specific position appointed for community engagement, and then our HR manager Jess Blackwell advertised for a series of paid traineeships, acknowledging that payment and support is a really important part of that process, and something that often, as volunteers, as part-time staff, as people working in precarious employment conditions, could be difficult to kind of create that safe space. So those were advertised for people of culturally and linguistically diverse background, people First Nations people, and people identifying with a disability. And it was intended that we would appoint 2 candidates, but there were so many exceptional applications. We've actually brought 5 people on board. And then Jess is working as well to educate the team to create a safe environment for those people and to maintain relationships with them. So it's not a quick fix, and it's something that it's a really long-term, slow process, but those are things that I think can really actively change the work culture in the long term. And so I believe that reform is necessary, and I also believe that new spaces are possible alongside that we do need to diversify the kinds of cultural institutions and add more frameworks alongside reforming what we already have.
Ian, do you want to add to that?
Hi, so my name's Ian Strange, and I'm here today on behalf of the Art Gallery of Western Australia. I think it's probably good to give context of my role there and the journey the gallery's currently going on. So in the last 6 months, Colin Walker was appointed as the new director, and one of his first decisions was to bring on myself in the role of guest artistic director, which is a new role, and I believe a role that hasn't happened inside an Australian institution like this before. And I guess the intention is to almost have a bit of a reset and a think about where the organisation can go and setting a sort of new creative direction. Like personally for me, I've never worked inside an organisation before. My background is as a visual artist, practicing for the last 15 years, and that's sort of been between here in Australia and through the US as well as working with lots of most of my art projects have involved working with large community groups and in consultation with communities and teams of people. So it really has been a very sort of collaborative, I wouldn't say social practice, but bordering on a social practice, working within communities. So it's been very interesting for me for the first time coming into an organisation and also coming in with the perspective of an artist. And I think that for me, a lot of these questions are coming up really interesting. I think we've had a pre-panel, we're talking about a lot of things. It's been really constructive for the journey that the gallery is actually on at the moment, about asking these big questions about where the role of the gallery is in elevating voices that we haven't had before, where we work with our collection as well, and where we work with our curators. Myself, I'm quite biased. I really think that artists are world leaders in all conversations, in all spaces as well, and I think we would do very well by being a space that can let artists speak through us as an organisation and let artists take the lead in a lot of these things as well. So a lot of my agenda is making sure that all artist voices can come in, and a lot of these conversations can be led by artists or arts practices, particularly ones that are I think more diverse practices that can actually move into spaces of site-specific response to the organisation itself and the building itself, but also institutional critique and practices that really do get in and interrogating organisations. And I think artists do an amazing job. And there's so much power in letting artists come in and have those voices inside the organisation as well. So that's something that we're really interested in having. And I'm also very excited about this conversation today and how that will inform the directions of the gallery going forward.
Yeah, that's great. And Anne, I think your role is really interesting in being, you know, both an artist and someone now working within the context of an institution, and to recognise there is an inherent tension between an arts maker and someone who, you know, engages in arts practice and an institution. And not all tension is bad. That's something we discussed earlier this week. You know, we do need civic institutions to be safe spaces, but that doesn't mean there isn't going to be tension. You know, these are big, slow questions. Sorry, Gemma, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I think something that's really interesting about that statement is the notion of an organisation commissioning its own institutional critique. And I wonder where, I think there's, which I think is really, really powerful in opening an organisation up to vulnerability. But I wonder whether that process also needs to be mediated by a voices from, I suppose, outside the institution or outside of that invitational structure, I suppose, in order to be meaningful.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more, actually. I think the process of commissioning artists, particularly, I mean, the interesting thing for me is coming in, being someone as an artist who's worked outside an organisation and coming in and seeing these processes firsthand and realising, I guess, how much they haven't really caught up necessarily with how artists work, and they've seen them in quite a singular way. And I do strongly believe that those processes of bringing those voices in, it shouldn't necessarily be the job of the gallery to decide who that is, and it should be about, I think the power of critique is about it actually coming from those outside voices, and how those voices bring in that decision-making process is something that needs to be addressed inside the gallery as well, and what that commissioning process is as well, yeah.
I think we spend so much time focusing on who is in the room, and we don't pause and sort of take stock of who isn't in the room and ask those questions and actually point stuff out in that sense. So I think that's something that is a question that we should be sort of, we're so often so self-congratulatory about, oh great, we've got a First Nations person, we've got a disabled person or whatever, but then who else should be in the room as well as part of these conversations and as part of these decision-making structures too.
Rowan, who else should be in the room?
Yeah, I can completely agree with what they're saying. It's people who are outside of the system, if they want to change the system to better different demographics and different races, they need to have those voices of those demographics and races within the decision-making. To have those voices outside the system, you're actually going to get some sort of difference within what's being shown because they are outside the box. When you get the decision makers all from within the system, you end up with very similar artworks consistently being shown by the same demographic of people.
And that's the thing too, you can't just generalise representation in the sense that I'm a disabled man, I have achondroplasia, but I would not dare try to speak on behalf of someone that is neurodiverse or a First Nations Australian or a person of colour. You can't just wrap all of that up in to say that we've got that voice in the room, so that's great. So my experience is my experience. Yes, that gives me things like empathy, and as I said before, that makes me a good ally, but I don't think that you can sort of then do a tick and flick when it comes to consultation in terms of saying, oh, we had a disabled person in the room or we had a First Nations person in the room. I'm sure Rowan wouldn't sort of dare speak on behalf of all First Nations culture as well.
Yeah, we have like a lot of elders become the decision makers, and a lot of our elders don't have an arts background. They know about culture, but they don't know about our art history. They don't know about our art movements within our art history, and they're making decisions based on cultural knowledge, not art knowledge. And to me, it is quite it does hurt our industry as well, because we're getting decision makers again from people who don't really know and don't have an arts background within our own industry.
And I think that challenge, Rowan, really speaks to the necessity of time and really evaluating the timelines for consultation, because you need to consult widely. You need to speak to there's just that's it.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting because a lot of what we're talking about, and the purpose of the decolonisation process is to broaden the box. You know, we keep talking about who has to be in the box because the box is quite small and quite privileged. And
very crowded.
And does it have to be a box? Does it, do there have to be walls? How do you classify who's in and who's out? Because it's back to this issue of neutrality. Like, when you curate something as an institution serving the public good, there are decisions that sort of have to be made.
And what Gemma said, it's going to be a time thing. We can make changes for the now by giving positions to these First Nations people and people with disabilities to make those decisions now, but also it's going to be generational change from the grassroots. And if we can have an actual Aboriginal art specific degree, then we can have Aboriginal artists in the field with an education, and they can make those informed decisions. So that's going to be a long-term effect, which we need to start ASAP. Otherwise, it's just going to be put off, and that generational gap's going to be 2 generations, which we need to start as soon as we can.
And I guess, sorry.
Oh no, I just leading on from that, something we're talking a lot about at the gallery as well is broadly within Western Australia, within the arts community here, there isn't really the strength of commercial galleries or gallery pipeline for artists as well. So really, as an organisation, what we're talking about is what is our responsibility generationally to artists. So a museum traditionally in a city would start working with, I guess, artists, more established artists, people mid to late career, start collecting at that point. But as an organisation, if we're looking at an ecosystem where we want living, working artists with a long career, how are we investing in people early on, and how are we building practices, but then also how are we creating space for diverse practices as well and diverse perspectives so people can see themselves in those institutions, and space for those practices that maybe don't exist right now as well.
Well, I think that comes back to what Rowan was saying about education, where I think it's also looking at what the pathway is to becoming a professional artist, and whether that is necessarily best represented by a degree in the tertiary system, a master's degree, a PhD, or the pathway even through traditional commercial gallery network. If those structures don't necessarily support and represent a diversity of perspectives, then I think there needs to be sort of some flexibility and some generosity on the part of institutions in understanding how different people come to artistic practice.
Yeah, and there's an incredibly low take up if we look at all the problems associated with funding for arts education, and particularly the humanities at the moment, and the disproportionately low take up or ability for artists from diverse and First Nations background to inhabit that space. Art institutions are still traditionally very privileged spaces, and it's a very competitive industry, partly because everyone's looking for the same funding. Does anyone want to comment on how we can make disruptions earlier in that pipeline?
I've spent 4 years most recently working at the Australia Council for the Arts in Sydney, and I was the Director of Community Art and Experimental Art, so 2 very diverse and different portfolios. And I guess something over that 4 years that we looked at through our grants model was about, again, who was in the room making the decisions, because a lot of the grants programs that I was related with were peer assessed. And so, I think when we started that journey, there was efforts to make sure that at least there was one First Nation peer in the room, or one disabled peer, or one voice from regional Australia. But that becomes a very unsafe experience for those particular people, because I think the rest of the room falls silent when it's time to talk about issues of First Nations art practice, or regional Australia arts practice, or disabled arts practice. And the labour on that individual is very heavy, I guess, to sort of be the spokesperson and the decision maker. But that's something that collectively we should all feel the safety to speak up about. And then obviously in those sorts of in situations where there is key decisions being made, try and not make it just reliant on one person. So I always endeavoured to at least get 2 First Nation peers in the room, or 2 people from regional Australia, so that there were that multiplicity of voices. And quite often the dynamic was really amazing, because there was confliction of views between those 2 peers in instances as well. So it makes for a richer, robust discussion, I think, in those types of settings and frameworks. And it was, council does have a siloed approach, in the sense it does have an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander arts panel, but more and more we're seeing a stronger success rate for First Nations artists in the non-identified grant programs, if that makes sense, which is really exciting, I think, too.
And in my organisation, each genre area essentially has one person. So I'm the Visual Arts Program Associate. We have a Film Program Associate, a Literature and Ideas Curator. But then what's really important to sort of de-silo some of that is that we're also looking at different advisory bodies. So having an access advisory body, a Noongar advisory circle, a youth advisory circle that really feeds back into the programming team. So even when the organisational structure doesn't necessarily allow through cash flow, it's a big thing, to the employment, although those positions are also they're paid, they're remunerated as well, those advisory positions, which is really important, that there is it's still a multiplicity of voices feeding back into that programming conversation through those bodies.
Oh, no, I guess to say in terms of the journey of the gallery that we're on at the moment, as well as along with Carly Lane, we're bringing in a associate curator of Indigenous art as well to work alongside her as a first step to bring in newer, different voices, I guess, into that space as well. But as obviously the beginning of a journey at the gallery.
And do these steps resonate with you, Rowan? Is this enough? What else should the institutions be doing?
There are institutions who are doing really wonderful things, and they've particularly like the Bunbury Regional Art Gallery has a really good community engagement program with the Noongar people, and they're consistently showing different Aboriginal exhibitions, and the reach they have is incredible. I was absolutely blown away when I went down there and I saw it firsthand. There are a lot of good steps happening up here as well. There are a lot more progressive mindset behind AGWA. I was at the meeting the other day with the strategic plan for the next 5 years, and it was very inclusive and I was quite impressed with that as well. But I mean, we can only do so much in that space in that time frame. These things that are happening are very first steps that we can do, but we really do need to hit right from the core with the education system. And like when I was at uni, there was only 2 Aboriginal artists at Curtin Uni. That was me and my brother. Then I left, and then another student came in, so there's still only 2. So we really need to get those numbers up to really make that impact with the decision making around our industry, and that's the first steps towards autonomy over our own industry and to stop being dictated to, and we can actually voice what it is but we want out of our industry, not what everybody else wants out of our industry.
And I think that's really important, just that multiplicity of voices to be somehow incorporated into a system that is really only designed for one voice, or the idea of, in that Western canon of art history and, collection, it's having the dominant voices that make informed decisions on behalf of everybody else. I imagine that must be quite challenging at some point, to just open the doors to multiplicity. Multiplicity can, to play devil's advocate, lead to some of the division we're seeing in the world today. And I guess, that's the challenge of institutions, to be safe spaces. We talk about safety a lot, and I'd like to come back to that too. But, how you design these, prototype these environments where multiple voices can feel safe. Like, I feel that the world today could really learn from the art sector if we get that right.
Yeah, a bit of a passion project for me at the moment is is thinking about the language that galleries speak in, which I think comes from the academy, because that's often the source of a lot of curatorial and arts staff, artists at the moment. And I had this experience on working in the festival last year with Tony Sarah and Maima Awada, who are a collaborative duo, and Tony's a blind filmmaker, and he has a project to integrate audio description into the production of film rather than it being a kind of overlay on the top. And we were talking about his gallery experience. He was like, I just don't bother with the panels because they don't tell me anything about what's there. Which is, I think, just a huge, for me also to experience that as a revelation of of course you would need to describe the thing.
We didn't do audio description today, which I was sort of thinking about.
Yeah, and that, because I think it was a demonstration to me of how divorced the language of speaking about art had become from, I suppose, the embodied experience of art, and that access point is so important, is that the consideration of the language in which the institution speaks or allows to speak in those spaces, just practically, like blurbs, exhibit essays, like all of that stuff.
I think a lot of that's about stigma as well. I think earlier this week, I used this session as opportunity to bring the staff at Pika together over lunch and have a conversation, and we had a very broad-ranging discussion with everyone. And one of the things is that I think people come into, for goodness sakes, we're a contemporary arts organisation. I don't get a lot of what we do at most times, but so there is a certain stigma around that as well. And I think people's ability to feel free and confident and welcome to speak and voice an opinion, and then for that institution to be open to receiving that and acting on it is something that's, I think, really important as well. And I think the whole concept of failure is something that people really fear, and I think failure is a good thing in most circumstances, provided you learn from it and don't do it again.
I think definitely. I definitely think
like that.
I definitely think AGWA has been very guilty of that, and that sort of reiterating that kind of very singular idea of what art is and experience of art is as well in its language. And also, I know we sort of talked about the distinguishing the institutional ideas and a building, but that particular brutalist building and the experience of walking into that space and how that architecture affects and codes the rest of your experiences moving through that building. Whilst an incredibly beautiful building, there needs to be a lot of work done in changing the experience of walking in there and moving through that. And that has, I think, perpetuated a lot of the, I think a lot of people's worst fears about the art world, that it is this elitist place with obtuse language that's designed for a single set of people, or a privileged people who have access to information to be able to understand it as well. And I think there's a lot of work that the gallery can be doing to actually make that experience for all people who want to engage with art, or just softening the experience with art and understanding that it can be for absolutely everyone. And I think there's certainly that gallery has not necessarily been helped by that monolith of a building as well in the past.
Yeah, growing up, going to these institutions, I grew up predominantly looking at Aboriginal art and Noongar art that my uncles had done, and it took me ages to get a concept of what Western art actually was. And going into the institutions, I had no idea what I was looking at. Even reading it, I couldn't understand half the words. It wasn't until I was very older I could actually grasp what was actually behind it and what they're trying to say within the work. And within myself, I had to physically go out and listen to artist talks to try and grasp what it is, the Western art system and how it works. And I actually remember the very first body of work that resonated with me as an artist, and it was about burnouts. And that's from the demographic that I come from. And that opened up a massive world. Once that resonated with me, that's when I started to search deeper, and I wanted to learn more and understand more. But not everybody has that opportunity and understanding of what's being hung on the walls. And that's why we really need to have a different, diverse range within the gallery, something for everybody. So then kids can go in there and go, oh, that's really cool. And then they can be inspired to create something themselves. The Burnout series that I saw and resonated with me has inspired me in so many different ways. And my ability to create art as an artist and opened a whole new world creatively.
Yeah, and I think we forget the fundamental purpose of and beauty of art is for it to resonate with you really deeply. And I feel like sometimes, walking into the art gallery can be a really terrifying experience. And it's about the color of the walls, and it's whether you see yourself in the paintings, because even in your existing collections, without even bringing the sort of new collections in, the people on the walls are quite white. They don't look like the people who might want to walk in off the street. The gift shop might be very expensive. The cafe might not serve food people really sort of fancy eating. And I don't think that's just about diverse populations experiencing that lack of safety. I think lots of people want to be able to interact more with art, and we've got all these rules, like can't touch something, or, this is barricaded off, and there's all these kind of, security guards are walking around. And I think kind of, decoding lots of those experiences across museums and galleries. Like we talk to young people in the communities we work with all the time at MFT, and, you say, we have to explain why we call ourselves a museum of freedom and tolerance, because they go, well, don't actually like museums. We don't feel safe in museums. And there's an equity point of view to consider, the public resourcing that goes into upholding a very specific Western canon of art and a way of seeing art that, you know, might be good to challenge for all of us, because art can be fun and inspiring. And there was a great piece circulated in our discussions, some research conducted in America recently, that, you know, a lot of visitors actually just want to have more fun when they go into an arts institution. And I think just, you know, cracking some of those barriers would be really good. You know, I'll move on, if I may, and ask you a question about, so there's been a huge debate in the sort of traditional museum world recently, ICOM, the museum body, trying, I guess, because lots of museums and civic spaces around the world are trying to move towards a more social justice oriented function, to create a new definition that was less, you know, about this kind of, you know, very elite view of art. And I'm going to read it out. It hasn't been successful currently, and I'd be interested in your views, sort of why and what we can do to make these sort of definitions more successful. So the new definition, it's probably also because it's quite long, museums are democratizing, inclusive and polyphonic spaces for critical dialogue about the pasts and the futures. They are participatory and transparent and work in active partnership with and for diverse communities to collect, preserve, research, interpret, exhibit, and enhance understandings of the world, aiming to contribute to human dignity and social justice, global equality, and planetary well-being. How do you feel about that, you know, from an artistic and an institutional concept? Should museums try and be all those things?
Well, I wonder if it failed because it meant the museums had to acknowledge that they weren't those things. That it was really divorced from the practice of
being human. I mean, I sort of, you know, it's the 4 years that I spent in the Australia Council, I used to see all these artists contorting themselves to fit guidelines and criteria to sort of become an organisation, to get more funding and all that sort of stuff. And then even the process of becoming an organisation is so colonial because you have to get a, you know, strategic plan and a mission statement and values and all that sort of thing. And why do we even need definitions is my sort of thing. I mean, that in itself just really still has the propensity to other, because you're labelling all those things and there are things that aren't included in that. So what about those people that are left out of that definition, or those parts of society and everything like that? You know, one of the most beautiful things that I sort of adopted early on in my practice as a community arts practitioner was nothing about us without us. And I think that is just sort of the thing that a lot of institutions, organisations, actions need to just be sort of very cognizant and wary of.
I just want to briefly also, as somebody who worked as a collections curator for a long time, just have a little moment to advocate on the benefit of public collections. Though I think that with an intent that's more towards custodianship rather than ownership, or depending on you know, the frameworks that surround it, those are public assets, and those are things that tell the story of our community, and the bureaucracies that surround them as cultural assets are also important structures. I think as long as they're used for the purposes of accountability and transparency, and that the intent in their creation is, I suppose, noble rather than exclusionary. I just want to brief moment for collections.
And I mean, it's been interesting at AgWorld. We've been rewriting the collections policy. We're in the process of doing that. And something that I found surprising coming in is literally within our mandate is to maintain and show the collection and to look after the buildings. And that's it. And then everything we do after that is our choice, anything beyond that. And so that was really a revelation for me as an organisation, that the two things we just have to maintain is collection and these set of buildings as well, as a government mandate. So that actually gives us a lot of freedom of movement as an organisation, of where we go, where we choose to put our focus and all those things as well. And also controlling where the collection goes in the future too.
And that's the thing. I think people are so obsessed on stuffing more things into their, you know, constitution or stat dec or whatever. Whereas if you just keep it away and then opt in to do all that sort of stuff, that's when real change starts to happen.
Yeah, you can change paperwork, but you can't change culture that quickly. And you can change definitions. It's still not going to change culture. My high school had a bad rep. They changed the name. It's still got a bad rep. You can't. Culture is something so much harder to change than just paperwork. you can have the paperwork there, but it will take a long time, and it is from the people within the organisations that has to change.
And I think the exciting thing about the here and now, and whether it has been, you know, this very disruptive year of 2020 giving us all more opportunity, but I do feel there are more conversations across the institutional and non-institutional space, such as we have practiced this week, and we've reflected on the fact that this is a long and difficult journey. And sort of coming back to safety, you know, we talk a lot in our communities about the need for safety in these institutions that feel quite unsafe. But I think, Gemma, it's important to recognise the function and the need of museums and galleries, and also that, you know, when you look at the polling, when you do poll museum visitors, quite a number do want their museums and galleries to be very safe and very neutral and very non-political. And during the Black Lives Matter movement, there were institutions that really kind of pursued the call and opened themselves up, and there are institutions that, you know, decided to be more traditional because that made people feel safe as well. And I think it's really important to acknowledge in this conversation that it's not winning at any expense. You know, I don't think diversity it's sometimes seen as a bit of a zero-sum game, that, you know, we expect galleries and institutions to sort of cede space and change practices, and we definitely do, but I think it's because the pie has an ability to grow larger as well. You know, how do you as institutions kind of maintain that balance between being, you know, neutral spaces, as you said, according to your remit, and, you know, is it just an opt-in approach? You know, how do you satisfy it's a pretty difficult job to satisfy that many visitors, right?
It's a really good question, and something that we're struggling with and talking about a lot. Everything I will always come back to is the artists, and I think that artists are still leaders in these conversations, and we as an organisation can allow artists to present those perspectives through the organisation in different channels. And that doesn't necessarily mean on the walls of the gallery. It can be through lots of different ways of working with artists inside, behind the scenes in organisation, and inside the gallery, and through different channels that we work on as well. So that's the thrust and the direction that I've sort of really considered the way of accessing those stories without actually being seen as an organisation necessarily making people feel uncomfortable. So it's showing the perspective of these artists and all these different practitioners through the organisation.
I think that I think the question of neutrality is I don't know what nothing is neutral. Like nothing. Is there anything in the world that is neutral? And I certainly galleries and museums aren't, because they fundamentally reflect their governance and the choices that the organisation makes to interpret their kind of their remit. I had a second point, but I've forgotten it. I'll come back.
I mean, Pika doesn't know this yet. I've got some colleagues in the room. Surprise! No. I sort of come into approach of the 4 A's that I always use. So I acknowledge that I'm a person of whiteness, and a person of privilege, and a person who has certain aspects of power. I do what I can to be a good ally for people, and how I can change others in our organisation to be an ally too with me. I try to encourage agency for our artists, our audiences and our stakeholders to speak up and call stuff out. And then I also like to sort of encourage others to be an accomplice as well. So they're the 4 A's that I try to sort of do. And I hope change organisations from within as well through little truth bombs and stuff like that.
I think we were talking about breaking down the individuality of things and speaking more for the collective. But I also think there's something really useful to do is in acknowledging the specificity of your individual perspective in any work you do. That's fundamental to kind of building those coalitions, I suppose.
Yeah, there's some lovely pieces of work out there that we discussed there. Sort of, took some deep breaths around the other day. That decolonization isn't always this hard space that takes us on this uncomfortable journey, although it is. But there's some really beautiful practices that we can adopt as institutions, as artists in the world in general, around, how we decolonize this idea of, progress and budgets and pressure and, this need for constant measurement that's, making everyone exhausted.
Structures.
I think we had a pre-panel sort of discussion about this, and I think I'd run in from somewhere and was and had some hectic energy going on, and then even Lily just started the session by saying, well, how's everyone going today? And then so we started with a conversation about what was happening in our lives and how we were feeling, which really sort of set rather than rushing into a sort of an adversarial or not necessarily adversarial, but that tiny thing makes such a difference to the kind of tone of the discussion.
It's again time and space, making it, yeah.
And our institutions provide an amazing opportunity for time and space, once you get used to that, and understand what the space can be. They are such a public good that we need to protect and, fund and keep at all costs, because they're little sanctuaries from the world where we can demonstrate these really beautiful listening practices. And, sometimes listening isn't, factored enough into, we go into galleries to look, and what we need to do is listen, I think, to each other a lot more, and also learn to think critically. Like, one of the provocations that, we kind of need to wrap up and go to questions, but that, we wanted to put to you as an audience is, you're all audiences, spectators, visitors to art galleries. Alice Proctor, who's a amazing kind of, art historian who talks a lot about decolonisation, who visited Perth a couple of years ago and had some thoughts on, the art gallery and what should be done. But, she talks about museums being choruses rather than solos, but that's just not us as artists and the people that work in them. It's also the people that walk in the doors, because when you walk in the doors of a museum or an art gallery, you can ask questions. You can say, you can decide what to see, and you can decide what not to see. You can, stand and take deep breaths. You can walk around. You can be upset. You can sit down, and always, I think, go in and not expect the curator to have, because it isn't neutral. You have to recognize you're not walking into a neutral space. You're walking into a space where other people have made decisions. So, Rowan, where's your work? Go in and ask, and actually challenge the institutions and say, well, I don't see this work. Where is it? What's this white space about? Why are these three works put together? What is neutrality? Am I accepting, an exhibition room full of white, colonial people? Am I accepting this as normal? Because when you ask those questions, you're challenging the institution. You also then ask them out on the street, and you start to unpick, and that's, I guess, what decolonisation is about. Unpick that idea of what is normal and neutral and shown and valued. Rowan, do you want to talk a bit more to that before we go to questions?
Yeah, it's just about diversity, really. Decolonising is just getting rid of that mentality of that and that culture of something being superior than any other form. And I always struggled with the idea of art and academia, and how do you combine the two? Because art is such a free, expressive thing that how can you actually sit down and study it in an academic way? And that's something I always struggled with. And to say that, art is supposed to be done this way, that is colonising to other artists. You either assimilate to the system, or you don't get shown. But yeah, to decolonise is just get rid of that colonial mentality and just become more diverse and have a more array of different artists, and the pie will grow bigger, much bigger.
Do you guys want to talk about some sort of, we have talked about aspirational strategies, but, things programs, projects you've been involved in, and then we will go to questions. I'm sorry, I've just asked another question, I realise, but I guess just to end on a positive note of, in your career, some of the things that you've worked on that have really opened up these spaces and, made the world a bit more generous as a result.
I can talk about a few of the things that are happening at the gallery coming up as well. I think Carly Lane is opening up our G2 gallery, which is one of the biggest galleries we have, and on the first floor, which would be showing works directly from our Indigenous collection, which haven't been seen for a really long time, which is fantastic, as well as finding more spaces through the gallery for that. will be the new rooftop, which is opening in February. We'll have a 25-metre Christopher Peace work up there, light work that'll be visible from nearly all around the city as well, particularly looking at responding to the river, and is an incredibly significant commission as well up there. So those are two steps in the journey for the gallery as well, but ones that I'm particularly excited about.
Oh, I mean, I spoke about a few things, so I'm fine.
Okay.
I guess.
Good. That's good. Jeremy?
I've actually got something that I was going to raise, which will be in our segue to questions, if that's okay. Yes. I've spoken a few times. There was a group of Australians that used to go on delegations to IETM, which is a contemporary performance network in Europe. And something that we started doing at those forums when we'd done a panel presentation, and this is the segue moment, is that we'd ask everyone to look at who was in the room during the question and answer session and ask if it was really your turn to answer a question. And by saying that, we meant, you know, traditionally the question and answer time was dominated by white English-speaking people. So if you've got your hand up asking a question, have a look around who else has got their hand up. And I'm saying this for today and for every other situation that you're going through, given the topic of what we're talking about. Can you make space to a person of colour? Can you make space to a disabled person? Can you make space to a First Nations Australian to ask their question before yours? Is it really your turn? Do you have the ability and the privilege to make space? So that's my segue to this
Lovely.
part of it. Yes.
Okay, you had surprises and segues. So with that, we've got a few minutes for questions. Keep what Jeremy's just said in mind. There is someone with a roving mic. If you put your hand over here, if you'd like to put your hands up, and also say which panelist you are directing the question to. And if I can just say as well, following on from Jeremy, that we've got sort of 10 minutes or so, and if we can just ask questions rather than kind of, you know, this time with us later to talk sort of, you know, more generally, but if you can just ask quite a direct question, that would be awesome.
Yeah, hi. I want to ask this question to the people from the institutions. So what is actually put in place to show art from the community that the artists are actually doing, not that fits the sort of colonial mould and mentality that they have, so it's actually a good representation of the community? But also, if it goes sort of shines the benefactors in a bad light, will that also get shown? Because I don't see too much of that either. And I think that's an issue that, while policy may be in place, reality may be a different situation. So.
Yeah, I mean, the question of where the money is coming from is a really important one. And I don't really know how to answer that. I think it's critique of those structures is important. Just going back to your first question, a structure or a tool that I think is really important is the idea of an EOI, so a public call out, and then a consultation process that goes alongside that call out. So you can not only kind of canvass your community, it's a great way of discovering who's working out there, and that's I think a really important thing that organisations can do to manage the gatekeeping of curating, and also just it's such a great and such an incredible research tool as well, is just to understand who's out there by opening up a call out for people to tell you about what they're doing. The question of corporate and private philanthropy is really complex, and one that I don't entirely feel that I can address in the time that we have.
That's a whole other session.
Yeah.
And a long one. Look, I mean, Pika, we've got, as I sort of alluded to before, a bit of a trajectory from within Pika, where we run a studio program, we offer creative development opportunities, and then there's obviously an exhibition program. And again, each of those stages have various call-out processes as well, so we try to democratise that, I guess, in a certain degree, particularly the studio program as well. So there are entry points, and then I think, getting our staff out to gatherings and shows and whatnot as well, and knowing who's coming up through. I mean, one of the great wellsprings is our Hatch National Graduate Show, which we have which offers the opportunity for just first-year grads to be part of an incredible national survey of who's coming up through the sector as well. And I think this year there was a really strong a representation of artists from different backgrounds, which was really fantastic. So,
yeah, it's a bit of a big question, but I guess traditionally, as an art museum, it's the role of the curators to go out and find this work and be knowledgeable about their areas and knowledgeable about artists. And I should advocate the curators at AGWA do a fantastic job and do work very, very hard to be out there in communities and understanding their sector and bringing artists through the attention of a curatorial process inside the gallery as well. But largely, the gallery has been limited by the format and spaces that it can show work in as a building, a series of buildings there. And so without going into too much of the future plans for the gallery, we're really thinking about ourselves more as a decentralised organisation that can work in digital spaces, that can open up the back of the gallery, can open up more of the police courts as well for spaces, the rooftop, as well as creating dedicated digital spaces of creating different kinds of collaborations with artists in creation of work and making work, and that process of how that work is commissioned is something that we'll be working through inside an organisation level to actually maybe take the pressure off the curators specifically for how that works and how that commissioning process works, and also how we can have artists involved at every stage of the gallery and every part of the gallery's processes as well. So there is that level of involvement in what would be traditionally called programming or events or things like that, because there actually are arts practices that sit within those spaces too. So hopefully going forward, that's something that can create different kinds of arts practices and different kind of touch points with artists with the gallery itself. And really a lot of what we're focusing on is really trying to make more room for Western Australian artists at the gallery as well at each stage of their career. And that's going to be a really big focus for us going forward that maybe the gallery hasn't had such a focus on. In terms of what we can do to subvert, I guess, the expectations of stakeholders. I mean, we do have a board, but I think if you go into the front of the gallery now, there's a Tony Albert work called Misunderstanding, which has a stick of dynamite with Rio Tinto written on it, stenciled straight over the top of an Indigenous woman, which was hung at the gallery the same day that Rio Tinto's board meeting happened here in the States. So we're going to continue to work with artists to allow them to make statements like that in a timely way, and we haven't got in trouble so far. So
I think we need to get in more trouble, generally, would be my call. Does anyone else have a question?
Again, to the three of you working at institutions, you've all spoken a lot about the curation and the artists being represented, which is great that you're trying to diversify, but what are your organisations doing in terms of reaching out to communities who don't traditionally come into those spaces, and how are you opening up those spaces and making them feel welcome?
In the festival space, we have Ellie Murray-Young works as a dedicated community engagement coordinator, and outside of the visual arts and inside the core program, we have a partner schools program bringing in schools from lower socioeconomic backgrounds into conversation with the festival, and bringing festival artists to them, delivering. There's the community engagement really covers a huge portfolio, and it's something that it's difficult to sort of to summarize. There's things like there's discount tickets, there's engagement workshops, professional development. There's a full kind of, it's called the Connect program, that operates, I suppose, on a second tier, sort of around the festival and around every show the festival presents, to look at if there is a community represented inside that show or exhibition, how to speak directly to that community to make sure that they feel welcome and are able to attend. It's certainly something that I think there's incredible room for improvement but there is, and also I think in terms of diversifying the team, allows some of those conversations to happen. So it's a really sort of two-pronged approach, but it's something that we do think about.
At PICA, we've got a wonderful engagement programs curator, Ashley Chan, and her role is to work alongside our producer of our performance program and our curator to identify key moments for opportunities for the community to be connected with artists that we're working with. So there's a beautiful exhibition that just opened on the weekend, Forest of Voices by Olga Saronis, and that had a really lengthy engagement process with community members who had travelled to Australia by various means from diverse backgrounds, and their voices are now represented in the West End Gallery upstairs, which is really beautiful. And I think a lot of the stuff that we do is very deliberate to, you know, in line with our program. Once that's determined, sort of identify key community groups to connect with, that we know can be done in a way that will leave a positive legacy and not just be in and out like a FIFO model or something like that. So we tend to try and do things in a long-term reciprocal. Reciprocities are a really big central part of the way that we engage with community.
We're going through a bit of a process to understand what we mean when we say community, because I think that's something that we don't often interrogate in enough detail. And who is determining that definition of community? Is it us as an organisation? Who not just who are these communities, but what do we mean? What do we mean by that? And so it's a series of workshops, a series of discussions, looking at things like our reconciliation action plan and all of the sort of strategic documents around that sit around the festival as well, to make sure that we know very specifically what we're trying to do when we start to talk about things like community engagement, because I think often that can be a very blurry space, and that can result in bad practice.
Yeah, I think at AGWA this is a big question for us. We're going through a large sort of rebranding process as well, and a process of actually interrogating how we are communicating out, how we're being perceived as well, and how we go out to people. Largely we have we need to have more people attending the gallery and coming into the gallery overall as well. But in terms of its outreach within education programs, the Lily Blues does fantastic work, bringing out people in an engagement team that work very hard to reach out to schools groups within the education, with the families and learning sector of things, doing really fantastic work. But I'll be the first to admit that within curatorial and programming and audience, we've got a long way to go, especially in terms of how we decide to communicate going forward as a gallery, as the rooftop opens, as we move into this new stage in the gallery as well. So that's something we're really interrogating as an organisation.
I think it's probably time to wrap up. Rowan, do you have any final words you'd like to share?
Not really. I think we've covered everything pretty well. Stop being colonial minded, I suppose.
Stop being colonial minded. But I would, I guess, you know, in closing, just sort of thank the panel and go back to something you said right at the beginning is, you know, we've got disruption is such an opportunity. Disruption is not a threat. It's not something, you know, we have to do. Here we are on this beautiful land on Noongar Boodja. You know, we have the oldest, like, continuous culture in the whole world. We've got migrants from all over the world. You know, we weren't white going back. We're not going to be white going forward. We've got the opportunity here in the global south. You know, we've got incredible civic institutions to lead the world and create something really new if we listen more, I think. We don't always need to speak and assert. We just need time and space to listen and to reimagine. This is a journey, I think, that will be positive for everybody. I don't think decolonisation is an attack on anyone. It's a place and a space for us all to come together, you know, in a more human and connected way. And I really enjoyed the conversations we've been having this week. So from a personal point of view, thank you, and I'd love them to continue.
Yeah, and thank you, Shanine.
So thank you.
And I'd like to thank you. I'd also like to thank Shaheen for leading that really engaging discussion. Like museums and galleries, libraries are also very much in the space, particularly state libraries with a colonial history of decolonising collections as well, and that of what that means. So that really resonated with me as well. So thank you. Our next panel in this venue is at 2:00, and it's on ending homelessness. So have a refresh. Toilets are down here behind the stacks if you need them. There are also disabled toilets down on the ground floor that you could get to by the lift. Thank you. Sorry for the delay, everybody. I was just making sure our panel was all ready to go before I started introducing the next panel. Welcome back to the air-conditioned first floor space. I'm Liz Spencer, Director, Library Services. I'm your MC for this afternoon. So our next panel focuses on a topic that's been very much in the news, homelessness, and is also a topic that's very much in the hearts and minds of libraries everywhere, because we struggle on a daily basis to provide a service for the vulnerable members of our community, and we're very passionate about providing that service. So I'd like to hand you over to the moderator, James McHale. James, are you making your way to the stage? Okay, I'll introduce you. So many of you might have eaten your dinner in front of the TV or listened to James' dulcet tones reading the ABC News. So James is going to lead the panel discussion. So without further ado, he's making his way to the stage. This is very theatrical, building the suspense. Here he comes. The long walk through the library stacks. Welcome, James.
How you going? Is this on? Hi. Hello. Kaya. Kaya, hello. Come on, everyone.
Good.
Oh, no, I meant these guys. Sorry. Sorry. Kaya, hello. I'd like to acknowledge that we are meeting on Wajak Noongar Budja and pay my respects to elders past and present. Wanju, welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Can everyone hear me at the back? Can you just wave if you're at the very back? Lovely, thank you. My name is James McHale. Thank you very much for the intro. It's great to see you all here. Thanks for coming. It's blessedly quite temperate in here, which is nice, and has nothing to do with the fact that you're all here. I'll be facilitating this discussion today, right? So we are best with that. I'll start by introducing, on my right, Renegade is a proud Walbunja woman from the Yuin Nation on the south coast of New South Wales and now lives on Noongar land. Rena has a community advisory group for 100 families WA. Amanda Hunts is the CEO of Uniting WA, an organisation working to inspire people, enliven communities and confront justice. An experienced leader in the not-for-profit sector, Amanda worked with others in her position to establish the WA Alliance to End Homelessness with the aim to eradicate the problem within the next decade. Professor Paul Platter.
You can choose whatever you like.
Social investment and impact, and the director of the Centre for Social Impact for UWA. He's published more than 100 publications and has made a significant contribution to housing and homelessness research in Australia. He works closely with not-for-profits, social enterprises, government, industry and philanthropists, and covers topics like intergenerational factors, service integration and the economic and mental health costs of homelessness. I'd also like to acknowledge Mike and Jade, who are doing Auslan interpretation. Thank you. Okay, so we'll get to this in a minute, but the topic is ending homelessness, which is, and this is an outstanding panel. We do only have, sort of 55-ish minutes now. So it is a lofty goal. And it will remain the goal for many of the people, well, for the people on the stage, many of the people in the audience, I'm sure have noticed a few people that work in the sector, just that I know personally. So what we're going to do is bring the scope in, and we're going to focus on the next 12 months. That's sort of the main thing that we want to look at is practical initiatives with immediate impact. Okay, it doesn't mean they don't have a long-term impact, but it's we're sort of trying to bring that scope in and see what action can be taken immediately. The theme of the festival obviously is a better world, so we're looking at what we might do assisting people who are experiencing homelessness, from assisting rough sleepers to reducing or removing those contributing factors and addressing the shortage of available housing. All right, so some of the other sessions here, I'm not sure if you've been to them, but we'll have a Q&A. I don't like to do that, so we aren't going to do that. We've got Jake and Billy, I think, is that right? On the microphones. Whereabouts are they? Oh, you're Jake. All right. And Billy, do you want to stick your hand up? Cool. So these guys have got... Okay. No worries. All right, we good? Thanks. So these guys have got roving mics. You know, it usually takes a little while for people to warm up to ask a question. So if we start now, I'm hoping that, you know, in 15 minutes time, you might start peppering them. We really want this to be engaging for you guys. We want to be talking about the things that you're interested in. So please ask any questions that you want. And we're particularly interested in ideas. And I mean, that's the whole point of this festival. So if you have one, or if you want to ask a question about why we can't do this or that, then please just ask. And if the chaps with the mics just want to wave your hands and... Oh, you've only got one mic? That's cool. It'll be Jake or Billy. All right. Any questions now? It's early. I wouldn't expect it. There's a lot of information you've just had. It's fine. It's fine. All right. So, Rena, I want to start with you because anything that we talk about today and anything that anybody proposes as a solution has to be, at the absolute very least, informed by lived experience. Ideally, you know, driven by it. If you were experiencing homelessness to someone who hasn't experienced it, how would you do that?
How would I do that? Frightening. It's frightening. As a woman experiencing homelessness, yeah, it's exhausting, it's frightening. And 6 years on from the last time I was homeless, I still live in fear every day. I have secure housing, a public house, but every day I think, okay, if I make this decision, is that going to affect that? Yeah, I don't think I'll ever get... And I've been homeless a number of times in my life, and I'm lucky I'm still here today. It's really dangerous. I don't know any woman that's spent any time living on the streets and hasn't been sexually abused. In my experience, the services that are around, there's not enough. There is simply not enough. And to be sitting there day after day, and also, I mean, I've talked about hubs for a long time. As someone who experiences lots of different crises in my life, I just find it so overwhelming that you have to go to one service over here, and especially when I first came to Perth and didn't know about the cats and I didn't know how to get around and stuff, trying to navigate from getting from one service to the next, to the next, to the next, and that's even when I've been housed, but on $1.50 for the day or for the rest of the week. Do I get my housing needs met? Do I go and have a mental health appointment if I can get in? Haven't got phone credit. Like, it's just, it seems overwhelming. And I know that there's a really big push for collaboration and for working hand in hand amongst all the organisations that I'm now involved with. But I'm not seeing that pan out in the new services that are being proposed. I'm still saying that there is one service on this side of town that does housing, but you have to go to the other side of town to get a feed and a shower.
When you were experiencing homelessness, what is a sort of typical day like?
Well, there's no beginning and no end, so let's sort of get rid of that.
Yep.
The only thing that used to mark my day was 10 o'clock at night when it was really getting dark and people would start moving away, and that's sort of the beginning and end of, really, because you just know that you can't lay down, you can't sit anywhere because you'll be in danger if you fall asleep. But also, again, through the day, I mean, Uniting is a brilliant service, but at Trambies, there's nowhere you can just lay down. Like, if you've had your feed and you just need to lay down and get some rest in a safe space, there's nowhere there to lay down. Yeah, for me, it was just sheer exhaustion, and then just this long line of predators who I'd have to actually latch onto one so that the next one didn't get me. And then when they'd had their turn or hurt me so badly that I couldn't, so then you'd have to go on to another one. So, and this is how it would happen, that just trauma would just be compounding. And honestly, I'm just trying to think in my head, sorry, because now my head's just even gone, wow, okay, that's a huge flashback. And I look down on that street and I think, how other times in my life that has just been the most unsafe place to ever be. Sorry, it still gets me today. It still gets me. And for me as well, I've got 4 daughters. So my oldest is 26 and my youngest is 12. And every time that I've become homeless, I've had to either give them up or they've been taken by child protection. So for me, that's, and it's also possibly the reason that I've been able to manage to dig my way out of that crisis and that chaos, because the need to get back to my kids to save my very own life has just been overwhelming. And yeah, sorry, can we move on from being?
Of course.
I just
Yeah.
need to take a
Sorry,
breath
no
now.
worries. Did you want to say?
Yeah, can I just say, like, the first time that I met Renna, I was at the launch of the 100 Families research, which Paul will talk about, and Renna was standing in front of us with her daughter hand in hand. And as a person who works within a sector that vowed to end homelessness, that runs multiple programs that are aimed at supporting people in their experience of vulnerability and to get out of hardship, being faced by a woman who was so enormously resilient and strong and was standing in front of us with, I don't know if you remember this, finger pointed saying, "You guys need to do better." And I was like, holy cow.
Yeah, that sounded about right.
Like, we need to do better. And it's so true because, you know, one of the things that we've learned, and particularly through the research that you've done, is how the system has continued to push people aside and continue to keep Renna and your friends and women like you and men like you on the margins, you know, and living every single day at risk as well. And I think, you know, we all of us experienced that over COVID when we didn't know what was going to happen next. We didn't know what we were going to wake up to. We didn't know what the world was doing. That was Renna's life for a long time there. And I think we can all learn from the resilience that people that are accessing services and navigating services and are so clever and resilient. You know, because that's the thing when you were talking before about the experts in the room. You know, you're all here because you care about this as an issue. You're here because this is something that you want to do something about. The best thing that we can do is to listen. You know, I think any of you who were listening to the session outside with Anne Ali, she was talking about just shut up and listen. And I think that's the thing that we need to do.
Having said that, I will ask you about the problem, just to not assume any knowledge. And you know, I'm not sure who wants to take this, but it might be hard even to give a snapshot of the problem at the moment because of COVID. But we can move on to that. But you know, how bad is the problem at the moment in WA?
Well, it is significant, but it's broken down into different elements, I think. So we have the most extremes in terms of rough sleeping, which are levels are very high. So overall homelessness actually dropped between the 2011 and 2016 census, but rough sleeping rose. And that is an extreme point. And particularly with women, you know, the work that we've done around Australia, women sleeping rough have significantly worse outcomes actually than men. Yet services aren't necessarily aligned to women sleeping rough. Go outside of that, we've got to recognise that homelessness occurs in very different places with different groups of people. So something that we forget is that homelessness is occurring out there in the suburbs with young people and children. So 50% of those who are homeless as adults started the journey before the age of 18. Consistent finding across all of our research. And they'll be sleeping rough, but more particularly couch surfing out there in the suburbs, out there in the Perth suburbs. So we need to be very careful in our work at different levels. We need to go out there into the suburbs, working with kids, working with teenagers. Often it's a family domestic violence issue, but looking at differentiated world. We focus a lot here in inner city Perth, but when you look at the stats, you look at Kimberley and the Pilbara, we need to have a wider perspective. Our family-based homelessness, we need to keep a track of all of these elements And we need to say, turn off the tap into homelessness as well as end the homelessness that exists.
So is that something that's done, is that a sort of like an early intervention type thing, or?
And prevention, prevention and early intervention. So we know the story. We know that there are, kids out there couch surfing right now. We don't work enough, for example, with schools. So we don't have integrated work around schools. Kids who are sleeping rough or couch surfing are highly connected to their school, really connected. In fact, they often sleep rough next to the school. But we don't have an imagination that says that we need to connect schools, teachers, principals with youth agencies and other support services. We don't recognise these kinds of issues. So we really take a holistic perspective, look at all the circumstances and experiences and follow each of those through in terms of our programs and our policies.
And we're looking at the picture at the moment, Amanda, we've got those stats or a sense of how bad the problem is now. What are you expecting with COVID? Have we seen the impact of COVID now?
Absolutely. So we provide services, which is hopefully soon to be the hub that Renna is talking about, where people can come, it will be integrated and make sure that they receive what support they need. But we're seeing anything up to 30 new people a week who are experiencing homelessness, who are sleeping rough. I met a woman on our doorstep the other day who had worked her way through all her friends. She'd lost her job, run out of friends to stay with, run out of money to stay at Backpackers, and had found herself for the first time on our doorstep and was terrified, like you said. And I think, it's what we're seeing is that.
Yeah, and there's been a bit of maybe a bubble with the increased COVID.
The supplement.
Yeah, the supplement, and that's I know something, Renna, that you have that you've benefited from it is when those are taken away, what's that effect?
Look, already the decrease by $300 a fortnight, that's made a huge difference to my life. For that 6 months, and I was very grateful, and I was studying really hard, so I studied full time at uni and my girls and everything, and it was great when it did come in. I was able to afford the internet that I needed weekly, that I'd never been able to, or $40 a day. I was able to afford, for the first time, I haven't had to sweat about my cello parking, which comes out once a month, which is always typically on the week. I can't afford it. But even just that cut back, and don't get me wrong, I am so grateful. $250 more than I had pre-COVID is still huge. Like, I'm making that stretch. I'm terrified how I'm going to survive when they cut it right back. I'm going to have to go back to not affording anything extra for my daughter, buying the cheapest mints I can, going around looking for emergency relief, which I don't have time for when I'm studying full time. Plus I'm picking up, and like I say, I work voluntarily for a number of agencies and involved in a few projects. So I'm super busy, and I do believe that my voice is making a difference in this space. I do know that Amanda has heard me talk about hubs. Like hubs, it's a no-brainer. For someone who's in crisis to have to make even that decision in the morning, which service you're going to try and follow up and chase and get an appointment for. I used to love Women's Health and Family Services down here. At least I could walk in that door any given day, great reception, and they would find someone to help me. I would never have to worry that I wouldn't have a bus ticket to get home, and they would always make sure that I was seen to, that I had someone to speak to. So, and that's a smaller hub, I just think that such a great template, and I know that you're doing some amazing work, and I know that has been a real push with this 100 Families research project, and lots of people in the sector are wanting to hear the voices of lived experience, because as much as we're not gaining any new insight into things that we didn't know were happening for people who are living in entrenched disadvantage, what is happening is it's spending the time with people to be able, because we have our own solutions, no matter what crisis you're in. But if you ask me, what's my favourite colour, and all I can see is black and white, I'm going to tell you black or white. And can I have either black or white? Like, if I can have one of those, that'd be great, That's what I'm going to tell you when you're asking me what colour would you like to see. So it takes time for people to sit with you and listen to you and help you to be able to pull it out and really make some sense of what it is you're saying. I hate it when people listen to me and then go away and come back and go, I've decided that this is what I've analysed what you've said, and this is the solution I've come up with, and here you go, because I was listening to you. And I'm like, that's worse than what I had.
And Rena, it's a service response. You know, when really what you're asking for is a human response, is people to see you and hear you first and foremost. And I think, why should anybody suffer the indignity of having to go and find something to eat when you are at uni trying to make a contribution, actually contributing to your community and giving back and helping change the way the system works? Why should you have to go and find somewhere to eat? And why should the service response be the only response? Sorry, that's controversial because, you know, we are a service provider. So, you know, really, if we're providing that human-centred, which, you know, we've all heard about it, we've all heard about a person-centred approach, but what that really means is listening to people's stories and saying, what's it going to take for you to have the life that you want? Is there a question over there?
There is, yeah. Sorry, I was trying to sign. I'm not. I got to work it out. You could probably teach me or something later on. We just had a question down the front, so if we could just grab one of those. Thank you. Or did we give it away? Oh, no, we got it.
I've got it.
Sorry, it's not. It's just one moment, Hope. Sorry, it's not.
Is that working?
There we go.
My name's Hope. I want to bring to the attention of the audience about the precarious women who are living in precarious housing. For myself, I live in private rental and I haven't had a lease for 6 years. And when I gently asked my landlady, she said, I'm thinking about it. But it means that I keep thinking any time I could be put out in the street. And I think that there should be something where landlords have to give leases. And for some in the audience may not know that the fastest growing demographic for homelessness is the older single women. And I don't mean the 55 plus woman, because some of them have had superannuation, but I mean the other older women who sometimes, as you said, about couch surfing, they have to live in the house of their son or daughter. And often if the son, the daughter-in-law doesn't really want mum-in-law living there on their couch. But I'm just bringing this up because I've met, like the person from the library said, I've met beautifully dressed, turned-out women in public libraries who are homeless. And all they have is a little couch in someone else's house. And they feel so ashamed. And I said, look, don't be ashamed. This has been done to you. It's not your fault. Because they do their best to keep clean, tidy and engaged and end up in libraries. So thank you to the library people. But please don't render we women invisible yet again. Thank you.
And I've got to say, that's the fear that I live in every day. And I probably will continue to live in that because I've been homeless a number of times. I do think I have no super, I have nothing to fall back on. And if I become homeless again, which happened 6 years ago when my partner passed, at the private rental I'd had for 5 years, I just forgot to pay the rent. I didn't know what day of the week it was when he passed away, and I had no family to support me. So 6 weeks later, after 5 years of living in this house, I had an eviction notice. I worry as I get older and as I get older that I really need to see some change, very much like you need to see some change. I need to see some security for women.
I think there's another question here. It's just if we can make it a question to the panel, that would be good. Yeah.
Okay, I hadn't got a question in mind, but I just wanted to confirm what Hope was saying earlier. I have lived experience of at risk of homelessness. I'm now working with older women through a grant through the Department of Communities. And I just want to say, what can we do if we're faced with an 86-year-old woman who is homeless? She's been made homeless by her family and she's living in transitional housing. Initially, she was living for 18 years in public housing. Her granddaughter said to her, oh, Nana, I want you to come and live with us. And she'd been saying that for a long time, very close relationship with her granddaughter. she goes to live with a granddaughter, so forsakes her public housing, goes to live with her granddaughter, and a granddaughter takes up with another man who says, no, we don't want grandma anymore. Grandma's now living in transitional housing. She is, what you were saying earlier, Rena, terrified. And when I speak to her on the phone, I'm doing the best I can to find housing for her. She says, just talking to you, Wendy, helps to make me feel more relaxed and just less frightened. So what can we do when we're faced with an 86-year-old woman with nowhere to go?
We certainly have an issue around the interaction of the homelessness system and the aged care system in Australia, and it's heightened in Western Australia, as it turns out. So the issue here is, of course, is the aged care system is very used to two things. One is those who are in a settled home environment in which they get in-home care services and they go through a proper assessment. Or it's, and in Western Australia, it's a very narrow line. It's used to those who have long-standing connections to homelessness and go from a homelessness service into a dedicated aged care facility. It's not good for those in between, the ones that you're describing. In Western Australia, unfortunately, we have only one specific aged care service that I know of that has that connection in terms of homelessness and aged care, which is at St Bart's, or close to St Bart's. That is far lower than what you'll see in other states, particularly Victoria. So we've been behind in the establishment of dedicated programs into residential aged care for those coming from a very significant homelessness background. But we do need to fix that interaction. And there's a particular program, ATCH, which is probably at a lower level here in Western Australia than it should be. So there are very specific things that we need to correct in Western Australia around aged care and homelessness, and that's something that I'm currently involved in. So very, very glad to hear what you're saying, and there will be a report out at some stage relatively soon, I hope.
Can I just say, it is with deep regret that I have to tell you that we've met two women this year with a very, very similar story turn up on the doorstep of Tranby. Women who are over 80 who have slept rough for the very first time in their entire lives because of that situation, because of family situations, and who have never met services. And I think the situation that you're talking about, Paul, isn't exclusive to women. It's exclusive to anybody that lives on the margins or falls between the gaps. And again, this is where our system is broken. And that's what we learned over COVID, was that the system is so fundamentally bureaucratic and really siloed that what it's meant is that anybody who hasn't got a very a label and already in an experience of extreme disadvantage are left in between those gaps. So that's what we have to deal with as a system, and that's what we have to deal with as a community, and that's what we can all do. You know, we don't have to wait for the government.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess that's traditionally it's been driven by the government, or you know, I mean, no, because the not-for-profit sector exists, but they were the ones that had, I suppose, the overarching responsibility, and still do, I suppose. But so we're talking now about ways of
James, we all have the responsibility.
Circumnavigating. True. So if we're talking about things that would actually, you know, that would actually help people practically, Rena, is it that hub? I mean, is that sort of the most
I believe
important
so,
thing?
but I'm the voice of one person. So that's what I believe would have helped me. And from sitting with peers and a lifetime of, you know, I've been homeless since I was 13 in Sydney, you know, so I've had lots and lots of times in my life where I've just sat in those circles and those spaces. And this is what people have said to me. But again, I'm 6 years removed from that. And so it would be, I think it's vitally important that we're listening to the people that are in crisis right now, as well as listening to my voice, because obviously I've been homeless a number of times. So even though I've managed to crawl back up out, the minute I lose my little ticket or my little label, my little number, or I stop using those services, I become disconnected from those services, and it's like you go back to the beginning again. So it's like, And I've seen this happen for a lot of people too, you know, they'll sort of climb their way up, and we know that recovery from anything is not linear. So it's very likely that people will come out of a time of crisis and get all that great support and be able to build up a bit. And then when things don't turn out well, it's like you've sort of had your turn in a way. So trying to get back into those services, along with all of the shame and all the feelings that you're having about having slipped back into that. So yeah, I think it's like Amanda keeps saying, it's just so vitally important to really spend the time. And I understand that when organisations who are doing the best work are under time pressure and funding commitments and stuff, that it's hard to find that time to just sit and yarn. I mean, this is just such a space we need to get back to, just sit and yarn, and don't try and come up with solutions straight away. Really just listen and listen deeply, because what I need today might also change tomorrow. I might go, actually, that's not as important as that. And I hadn't even thought about this other thing being more important until I could hear myself yarning and hearing somebody respond in a way that was gentle and helped me get to the next thing that actually what I think is vitally important today is different from what I thought yesterday.
There's no question that we have to work both at immediate needs. So if you've been out for the night, you need a shower, you need food. You don't need
you need a safe
place to sleep.
To have a rest.
You don't need a place that realises there might be a few people rough sleeping, so they put lights on you at extreme levels to get you away from these kind of places.
Sprinklers, wasn't it? Around
sprinklers, whatever it is.
Or police.
Constant.
Police in the city, it's the police.
Yeah, but at the same time, we need structural approaches. Like we need the housing. We need that increase in public housing. The government is an extra 6%. That's great. There's a really significant investments. There's the big common grounds that are coming, which is great. But we need to work around private rental accommodation, head lease it into community housing, get that sorted straight away. We need people moving into housing in a housing first approach, what's called the housing first approach, straight away. So you can work both structurally, you can work in schools, you can work in housing, and you can work around showers and lights and all of that kind of thing at the same time. It's not an either-or situation.
There's a question from the audience here.
Hi, I'm Jody. Just wondering, what is preventing us from saying, well, we've got hotels, we have apartments that are empty, the services are nearby.
Who has a question? We'll get to that in a moment. Homelessness was a massive issue for that. Basil Zemplis, Lord Mayor, focused on this Brisbane model called Bed Down, which is using car parks at night. Deputy Lord Mayor Sandy Angie supported the Safe Night Spaces model. It was on the agenda at the first council meeting, and this week it's been approved. So $575,000, I believe, for 2 of those safe night spaces, and I think that
and that starts with a women's service.
Yeah. So how do those work? What do they?
Well, look, I guess I hear what you're saying, Rena, and a while over Homelessness Week last year. Terrible decisions, can't think straight, and that's just one night. So, we saw after a few nights, people were saying, well, you know what, maybe I don't need to take drugs to stay awake. I don't need alcohol to self-soothe. And I'd like to get some help with what I'm here for and what is my experience. So I think there are places out there that now the council have offered as safe nights. But I think you're exactly right, and I think that was the opportunity over COVID, was to look at places, hotels, hostels that are empty, and to find places. The issue is, as Paul said, is the people. We really want people to be sleeping in beds, because again, it's that, you've already suffered enough indignity. Provide some wraparound support. and get to know people's story. I was last year, when we did the 24/7 service, spent time overnight listening to people, 2 o'clock.
Around rough sleeping and COVID in particular, as well as into supported accommodation across Australia. And in a number of cities, it was actually complete in the sense of it was close to 100%. So when we did that work around that issue, we had 16,000 people that got into short-term motel and hotel. In particular cities like Adelaide, the placement into permanent housing was very high. Not putting people back on the streets. So we have seen a response around Australia, in Western Australia, that was really significant. You know, when we put our minds to it, it was massive. And of course, it's only a temporary solution, but a plan and data around getting people into permanent housing placements was an incredible shift into permanent housing, incredible shift into housing. And it works. You know, the what's called the tenancy sustainability rate. You know, if you get people who have been rough sleeping into permanent housing, a lot of people would say, well, you know, you're going to have people going back into rough sleeping pretty well straight away. Yep. And what's the tenancy sustainability rate? It's actually incredibly high if you have support around that as well.
Because I think you get
it's incredibly
this reverse institutionalisation when you've been out on the street. And I know that at one time in my life when I have been placed in out in the suburbs where I didn't really know anyone, it was hard to access any services or any supports. And I thought, you know what's going to happen? I'm going to come into the city and go to one of the services. I'm going to end up taking 4 people home. I'm going to end up a prisoner in my house. And this has happened to me before, where actually the predators, I've invited them into my house, and the next thing, I'm not only being victimised and terribly victimised in my own home, but I'm also then left with debts and bad rental records because I end up having to flee that space because I'm no longer safe there. So there was, and I heard a whole lot of stuff that was happening around COVID, and I know that on my social media it was blowing up because people were being placed into hotels with no room, no windows, no, you know, like it was quite frightening for people to just that, okay, we've got what you need and we're just going to fix it. There was no real talking to people. I know that one of the Aboriginal corporations did take a group out to Point Perrin, I think it was, and they stayed in one of the campgrounds out there where at least that, so they were all fishing. Like while everybody else is crying from in these locked rooms in hotels, that mob's out there fishing, lighting the campfire, yarning with each other. That's the stuff that I think will then lead to, okay, over those yarns, okay, where would you like to go for different for this person?
Yeah.
And Rena, what you're talking about is the social isolation too, and exactly what you said. You know, we see a lot of people who, there's one young woman I can think of who has you know got a house a few times through the Housing First model, but she comes back to our service because she's lonely. And who of us haven't been really desperately lonely in the last 6 months? You know, so when a person is used to being in a community and used to identifying with a label or used to identifying with a group of people, and then is put in a hotel room, which, let's face it, is like incarceration, but it's there, you know, to keep you safe. But at the same time, we see people revolving through the service system because they're lonely. You know, if we could create a community around people being in a house, and as you said, Rena, like it's not just a service response, it's a community response. So ultimately the best solution would be is to make sure that people are supported into a house, but then rather than having services in there, people paid to be in people's lives, it's community reaching in, it's all of us, you know, going, what can I do? I'll give you some socks, you know, like instead of socks, how about just a friendship? So it's a different way.
And we do say in the AOD recovery circles that the opposite of addiction is connection. I honestly believe the opposite of all adversity is connection, and you can't, anyone who's isolated, but whether or not you fear that isolation or whether you fear that connection, it's a matter of really supporting people.
You know, is that the kind of thing that you would have benefited from?
So I think the what it looked like last year was purely and simply opening up the doors of what was our service, our day centre. It became day and night centre, and it just really a place for people to sleep. So overnight, people came in with their blankets and slept really, and they were all together. And I mean, again, my experience of it as a person who hasn't slept rough was it was a place where people came and felt like they could be cared for. You know, we were bringing people cups of tea and people watching TV and really settling into a place where people were calm and settled. I guess what I'm imagining that the place that the City of Perth are proposing is, I'm hoping it will be the same, but I'm hoping that people will have kind of beds to sleep in, because I still don't think it's that respectful that people sleep on floors. Just saying.
But just even having that option to make a decision between taking drugs that night to stay awake or hooking on to the next predator or selling yourself, you know, because sometimes that's safer too. Like, at least I know I'm getting something out of it rather than it just being taken. So being able to have those opportunities, I would like to know how many beds there are, because the fact is, no matter what service you're talking about, no matter what night shelter, refuge, there's not enough social housing, there are not enough support services, there are not enough beds in most night shelters and most refuges.
Do we know? Is it too early to say how many beds will be in the...
I think it was only announced this week, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, okay.
And my only criticism of that would be that, again, you've got one service up this end of town that's doing housing, one service over here, and the proposed where this is proposed for this place to be open is again over the other side, and none of them actually have a free cat that goes from. So if you're a person, woman or man, trying to carry your worldly belongings, you haven't slept for a week, you've had one sandwich because that's what you could grab while you were walking to this other service, and then you've got to get over here to be. And you know how many different ways you can be pulled in between. It doesn't seem like a very long way when you've slept and you've got, you know, some energy and stuff, but trying to get from that end of Northbridge to that end of MacGyver is massive. It used to take me all day, and quite often I would get detoured up here because someone would promise me something, you know, a couple of bucks or a cigarette or something, and then I'd just miss getting to that service. So, and then to have to get there, and if there are not enough beds and you're being turned away.
But I think ultimately not ultimately, I think tomorrow we're interested in permanent housing solutions. This is fundamental, and we think of it as something that has to occur down the track. It can occur now. There are unoccupied buildings. We can do innovative programs around head leasing from private rental into community housing. There are those who can go straight into private rental as well. We can increase the public housing stock. This point about the journey, people do need to control their own journey into housing. It's not a matter of placing someone into a house somewhere. It is about talking to them about where do you want to go, what is your housing preference, and how can we help you on your journey, and that person taking control of that housing journey so that they're safe and in the right kind of place. The common ground developments, I think, housing with social connectedness in that kind of place. But you're placed in a place there.
Come to this gathering specifically to spruik the white kangaroo of grassland with lakes surrounded by the Mount Lindesay National Park, 25 kilometres north of Denmark. It's pristine. It's as paradise as you can get. I consulted the good book, and the good book told me that the women and build farms and houses. I'm just interested in how I do it. For the last 3 years, I've been trying to spruik this stuff. I'm in the Salvation Army. I go to the women in Rockingham. I'm a Rockingham Salvation Army. They live in their cars and what have you. And it's pearls before the swine. And I don't want to sound too rude.
All right,
I know what compass is. So how do I get these different groups to
we'll be around afterwards.
A question here.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of questions. I'm concerned I'm also missing people at the back. So there's a chap over here by the column who had his hand up next. Yep, cool. We've got 10 minutes. So sorry if I've missed you at the back. Maybe head to the back after with the mic.
It's a brilliant idea.
It is. And
sold. I'll take one.
there would be outrage. So how do we accelerate that outrage to compel our governments to take action? Because the reality is it's solvable. We can do this. We just need support and urgency around that. So I'm curious to know, how do we raise that profile?
Very good point, John. And to put pressure. So the stats are there. So John is quoting stats from the Specialist Homelessness Services Collection, SHSC. I know all about it. It has unmet need. We know the numbers who turn up, and it would be an immediate response. It'd be out there. So we do need more and more people. And here's, you know, how many?
Question that I wanted to ask is how to, you know, if people are in the audience, they want to do, you know, one of the frustrating things about talking about this is that it feels, you know, you feel helpless, or you can feel helpless. So, and do they get in touch with organisations? What, you know, how can
no,
they,
I think,
help?
I mean, this is a call to action to all of you. You're not here because you don't care. You know, so you're here because you want to do something about it, and you don't. You know, a lot of people feel really helpless when you walk past a person who is talking about what John's talking about, is educating yourself with the why. One of the things we didn't talk about is, you know, what is the antecedent?
And I think there's a lot of people that do, but there would be some people that's sitting there thinking, but how exactly? Like, tell me how exactly. Where do I sign up? How can I add my voice? How can I, with having no money? And if we go to $40 a day, that means once my rent's paid, I have $20.50 per day for me and my daughter, my 12-year-old daughter. Who raises a 12-year-old on $20 a day? And that's, you know, without everything, can't see it a day, can't see you next. But it is pretty simple, just being able to add your voice. You just have to get on board and, like Amanda says, educate yourself, find out what
a comment or a point that was made before about sort of co-living or home sharing programs. And I had an idea for something which I've recently learnt thanks to the Compass program on ABC, matching a middle-aged woman who's on the brink of homelessness, perhaps through, you know, unemployment or relationship breakdown, matching in the family home isn't at the point where they need to go into aged care. And I think there's sort of synergies, I guess, benefits to one side, with social isolation, I think, being a huge issue for the elderly and for people facing homelessness. And I appreciate this sort of arrangement wouldn't be suitable where there's, you know, mental illness or substance abuse.
Each other, you know, we should be supporting each other, and that's why, you know, I love Renner as well, is because we need to stand together, and it's that kind of informal community support that's strong, but it is about the relationship, isn't it? You know, I'd like to take a lot, you know, people home that I find outside of our service every day, because you want to support people as well. But I think it is the relationship, and I think what you're talking about is really, really powerful, and we have to look at different and creative ways.
All right, I'm really sorry we are out of time. Sorry for everybody whose questions we didn't get to. Can we please thank our panellists, Renegade, Paul Flatow, Amanda Hunt. Our best to Carol Innes, who couldn't make it. Thanks to the State Library for hosting. I want to thank Ran Adams and Gail Mitchell from Uniting WA for their help, Charles Hayne as well. Thank you very much for coming. Thanks for engaging. I'm sorry I didn't get to your questions again. And I hope you
join us at 3:15. Thank you. We're going to make a start for the next session soon, so I've got to just ask everyone who's sorry. It's a very exciting previous session. I know we're all still talking. We just might just move your discussions to the edge. Thank you. Thank you everyone for staying with us. This is our last panel here for this space this afternoon. In the evening. This panel I'm really excited about. It's actually people in a better world, a better future. So this festival has been built around the theme of a better world. Out of COVID and the Black Lives Matter movement, I think there is a feeling of optimism that real positive change is possible. But what does a better world look like? In this next session, here they are. We have a panel of amazing young people curated by the Youth Affairs Council of WA. I want to also pay special tribute to Matthew Tomich, who's done all the work behind the scenes to put this group together. Your moderator for this panel is Zara Al-Hilali. Zara, hello. So I'm just going to tell you a few things about Zara because they're pretty impressive. Hey. So she's been described as a catalyst
we commence. How's everyone doing? Let's scream it all out. Is everyone doing all right? Amazing. Sounds good. Okay, before I begin, of course, I'd like to respectfully acknowledge the past and present traditional owners of this land on which we are meeting today, the Whadjuk Noongar people. It is a privilege to be standing on this country. As an immigrant to this land, it is, of course, so important to recognise that so many of us are benefiting off the the world. Let me emphasize the world. And I'm joined here today by my brothers and sisters, of different young people. And I think that this year especially, we have recognized that there is a need for young people to be playing active roles as active citizens within the community. So to see such a young person at the young age of, how old were you, Brenda? Begin to Now, I have my sister, Imara. If you have had the absolute pleasure of speaking to Imara, you know that this lady shocks the room whenever she enters into it. Imara has been an active citizen, a community leader, and an absolute inspiration to so many young people, across, maybe from the commencement of birth, to be honest. Maybe the hospital lady was with your passion. So Imara has worked with so many different community groups, and she is a truly incredible representation of what young people should be. Her voice and her power that comes from her voice never fails to shock people within the room, and she brings forth something truly incredible. She is a light within this world, and I'm so excited for you all to hear her speak about the change and the reform that she wants to make, and has since shocked the leadership space within Western Australia. His passion is truly profound within every single space that he has sat in. He currently sits on the National Youth Advisory Group for Headspace, acting as a representative to so many migrant and refugee brothers and sisters across the country within the fight for removing the stigma against mental health. So I'm so proud of my brother Hardy, and I'm so excited for you all to hear him speak. Another round of applause for my brother. And the incredible Kobe, whom I just doubt that his inspiration and his absolute momentum continues to shake this world. As a young Noongar man, he has tied in art within the advocacy space, and he no doubt continues to perpetuate the need for change within many spaces for so many Indigenous brothers and sisters. I've had the pleasure of working with this incredible soul on so many different projects in intertwining art within the advocacy space and ensuring that we create so many different opportunities to prioritise diversity and inclusion. So once again, another round of applause for our brother. Now, to begin, I'm sure everyone is a bit tired of my voice already, so I think I might just pass on the mic to my brothers and sisters on this panel today. I think one thing that is telling, we recognise across many cultures that storytelling has the ability to change the world. And I think that 2020 has definitely reinforced the notion that our stories truly play a big role in creating change. So I think to begin the conversation, and as a good slide into the different topics that we will be discussing today, I will pass the mic on to my fellow brothers and sisters to discuss what their why is and why their stories truly shape their advocacy today. So I guess to begin, I think I might start off with Kobe. You didn't expect that, did you? But I guess, Kobe, do you want to hit the audience with what your why is and why you're here today and why you continue to create change?
How much time do we have? I am somebody who was born into, I guess, a huge context that I had no control over. And it had been something that, I guess, for my whole life I've been very much working through. The context that I'll talk about is my my cultural backgrounds. So while I have Nyungar blood in me, I also like to emphasize that I have English blood, I have Irish blood, I have German blood, and this is a consistency throughout the entirety of Australia. There are so many people with so many different types of blood in them, and that I really try to advocate for the harmony and celebration of as many cultures as we can. You know, what I really try to do for most of my time is to celebrate these cultures, and most of the time I do celebrate my Nyungar culture, specifically through means that I know the best, which is music. And so I like to play music. I was born in a very musical family on both sides of my family, and as of recently, I've started writing songs in other languages. So I've been writing songs in Nyungar, I've been writing songs in German and Irish, and I've been translating songs. I run a couple of healing choirs. Magical Morna Choir, which means Magical Sounds of the Bush, has been running for about 15 years now, and it was started by my mum alongside a couple of her friends. And I was about 11 when that was started, and so I was raised by this particular culture, and it's a very particular culture in the sense that it's a cultural healing culture, if that makes sense. And so this kind of stuff had been very much in the forefront of my mind when I was in my teens. I considered it a norm, being able to embrace all these different cultures, but then I came to realize that for some, Nyungar culture or First Peoples cultures were a bit of a novelty for some reason, which was very strange to me. And so what I do now is I like to emphasize that all these different cultures are norms for people. They're considered norms for some people, you know, the people who are raised in those cultures. And so, yeah, I like to advocate for celebration. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Kobe. Hadi.
Hello. Ooh, it works. Hi, everyone. My name is Hadi. I'll resonate more with what Kobe was saying, the power of storytelling, because that is something that I've grown up with. 6 years ago, I set my foot on the soil of Perth, Western Australia. It was on the 8th of October, 2013 at 4:20 p.m. That day and time is marked on my heart because it was one of the most, I guess, experiencing and rewarding journey. Bear in mind that I had never traveled outside my country. It was my very first long trip. And I had my mum and my little brother. I was fairly good in conversational English, so that helped throughout my journey. Growing up, I've grown up in part of Pakistan. It's a big province that we call Balochistan, which is fairly big and pretty dry. with big, huge, enormous mountains and an amazing atmosphere. Growing up in that small regional part of Pakistan, I was always surrounded with stories that were told by my grandfather and my grandmother and our families. I personally quite champion storytelling because it having those values all from my father, and nothing, throughout my journey. System, that is what always championed my life, and I'll continue to do that because really I don't want to live in a society that is based on so many wrong things that took place and continue to be from and stepping towards that healing process, and try to work people here. That's what we bring as a nation. That's we have offered throughout the years, and I've been part of a progressive society that we are, and part of an active citizenship that I'm part of. Even though I don't have my citizenship, but I still claim that I've actually fit in under the criteria of being an active citizenship, of a citizen. Thank you.
Beautifully worded, Heidi. Yeah, I agree. Imara.
I'm really loud and I don't want you to all go deaf by the end of this. I am Imara. When I talk about myself, I guess I always begin with I was born in between two worlds. And I think that bringing it back to my why is that I've spent the majority of my life building a bridge between those two worlds. And for me, it's really significant from the angle that having mixed race heritage and, finding that, there's similarities in, and also to move into the world with different lineages and different trauma and different history, and you're carrying that weight because you're born in Australia, or you're raised in Australia, and you're having to, at least for me, begin that journey of healing culturally and otherwise. Because before that, it was survival, and that's what we had to prioritize. It's a huge privilege for me to be able to be someone within my lineage who can begin a lot of journeys that might have never been possible before. And to start on things and to pioneer in a lot of spaces that wouldn't have previously been occupied by people in my family generationally. So it's exciting, but it's also a heavy weight to carry. And so I think a lot of my why comes down to that if I can learn how to navigate this journey, and if I can improve myself and I can improve the communities around me, it allows other people to navigate this journey a little bit more easily and a little bit more freely than I did. And so the way that I see myself in terms of my why is to, create a lot of steps and make a lot of waves so that the people behind me, the people who come after me are able to have another elevated journey than I've had. And so the ways that I do that is really selectively choosing work that elevates and amplifies the voices of other people, particularly from marginalised and minority communities. But I think that we all have things that connect us. And I think that regardless of how much struggle or or how many years you've lived for. There's a huge amount that each of us have to offer, and there's a huge amount that like unites and connects all of us. So it's finding that within people and bringing it out and amplifying the strengths that everybody has within them. So that's me.
Thank you, Amara. That was so beautifully worded. And I just want to pause for a second and recognize that so many of us on this panel here today are here to save ourselves, not to save anyone else. We've lived through so much trauma that sometimes it's just about pausing and recognizing that in the process of saving ourselves, we will save our future generations and we will create intergenerational reform that we are after. So I recognize that and I value your beautiful insights, Amara. Thank you. Brenda?
So hi guys, I'm Brenda. So as a kid, I never envisioned myself being here. Not even as a kid, like 3-4 years ago, I would have never really envisioned myself being here, doing this, doing what I've done. So I guess coming to that realization, I've realized that it's not just me who's thought like that. There's a lot of kids who are from colored backgrounds or are from African backgrounds who, I guess, have those sort of thoughts. So my why for doing what I do was or is just to be that role model for kids to really look up to, and I guess like realize that everyone like has the potential to do something. You know, like you shouldn't let your thoughts hold you back or the environment you're in stop you from achieving what you want to achieve. My other why is to bring like cultural diversity into mainstream umpiring, because how many times do you actually see a black umpire running on the field or a black goal umpire? You rarely see it. So if I can help kids get to that level, or if I can create that diversity within the AFL, then that right there is a dream of mine coming true. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you so much, Brenda. I guess we've kind of established that so many of our panelists here today have so many different values and different thoughts, different aspirations, different dreams, but you can definitely see that there's one over prevailing notion that is so similar between all of us, and that is the value to consistently create that intergenerational reform that we are after to ensure that our ancestors and as well as the future leaders that come from us as well live within a society that is truly inclusive to them all. So I first of all want to thank all our incredible panelists here today for being vulnerable and for also future within the conversation, presenting that vulnerability across all of the dialogue that they present us with today. It is so valuable to recognize that BIPOC people constantly come in with so many different messages and different valuable insights that sometimes isn't given enough gratitude within this society. So I thank all of the panelists here today. But I guess we'll start getting into the nitty-gritty. And I think, first of all, I want to jump to Hardy. Hardy, pay attention, please, my brother. Within Hardy's discourse, and I think I've had the pleasure of talking to Hardy for the past couple of years, but one thing that really struck with me close to Hardy's discussion was that we live within a very multicultural society, but unfortunately it isn't inclusive enough. And I think that we can definitely see that across many sectors that we are in, from the representation of government to Australian media, from AFL that Brenda was speaking to us about. We have a very, very long way to go. So I think, first of all, Hardy, I will first of all ask you about what you believe is the way to paving path for representative change that isn't tokenistic, because too often when we do see ourselves within the media or when we do see ourselves within the future, within every single sector that we are in, unfortunately, we don't see a valuable representation, and we unfortunately come in with so much fear and so much apprehension that our participation is truly tokenistic. So what do you think that future leaders can do to create inclusive spaces, and what do you think that BIPOC people can do to create that change as well that is inclusive?
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Zara, for that question. I think, first of all, I have to acknowledge the amazing leaders, activists, ambassadors, people that I've met, young people I've met in my life, for continuously sharing their stories, continuously working towards progressively addressing that gap, and working towards the notion of inclusivity. I think that's quite important. It wasn't, personally, if I have to reflect on my experience, it wasn't a linear pathway to really establish inclusivity in any system. We are quite bounded with different stresses, structural factors, societal factors, discourses that exist in our community. And it's not easy for that one person, and I'm personally talking about myself, to come in any sector and in any system and bring a new idea, a new initiative, a new innovation. It takes years, and I've come to a point that I must admit that I'm exhausted, because the long-term advocacy is quite tiring. But throughout my journey, I've had rewards. I have there were successful outcomes from my work, and one of the things that I've worked on, especially I can reflect on the experience of being a part of a national youth mental health organization, Headspace, is that I started from my local center and gradually moved on to become part of the National Advisory. And that's where I speak directly with the Prime Minister and speak with the Minister for Health and coalition members and politicians and stakeholders who are involved in producing and working on models of mental health for young people in the country. So it's quite a position of privilege, I guess. But with that privilege, there was some scary points in my life where I had to really get myself out of the energy of being when holding power in some degree, because I felt that I'm coming from a position of privilege, and that really plays with the work that you do and the initiatives that you're involved. So what I've learned is to be proud and humble. I'm proud of my work that I've done, and I continuously work towards addressing the gaps in our service, especially in the mental health sector, and more broadly addressing the bigger human rights issues that we can deal with as a nation. I think we are much more resilient, and we are far greater than many nations. We have a heart, we have an open heart, we are hopeful, we are optimists in bringing people who just need a little bit of your help. We can't just shut our doors and say, no, we're not going to provide you that. We're not going to do that, because that's not who we are. That's not what we do here. But what I encourage people to really tap into your humanity and really ask yourself if you would allow people to come and establish a life, contribute to the economy, be part of the civil society, and become leaders and change and bring a reform in the system. Because what I'm exhausting in seeing the same faces and the same processes and models being practiced. That is not working. It will not work. We have to bring a different understanding, particularly in the area of mental health, because I've seen that we have passed on from the same models and practices, and we have damaged the lives of people. We need to get a better understanding around mental health, particularly with culture backgrounds and people from different diverse backgrounds. Their notion of understanding mental health is quite different. We shouldn't put them in boxes. We shouldn't put them in centers, in white rooms, and with white practices. I don't think that has been quite successful so far. So we need to really get involved in different layers of the system and produce something that many members of the community can connect with. And we have done that. We have done that with one of our programs that we call How is Your Hal? Hal is a concept that transcends across different languages. And in Arabic and Urdu and Hindi, they understand that. Because we realized that there's a different way of presenting something, and it was quite successful. We had successful outcomes. Consultations were there were amazing feedbacks from our consultations. And there was a different understanding and a different way of engaging with diverse communities. And the issues that came out, it wasn't around depression and psychosis, any of the biomedical understandings of mental distress. It was more to do with identity, racism, unemployment, and all the other stuff that happens in the lives of people, because you really have to look people in their environment. rather than just focusing on the person and their problem. The problem does not associate with the person. You have to really take that out of the person and purely focus on the problem. And doing that, you have to address the structural factors, the systems that are involved, then unemployment, different stresses, the so-called functioning society that we live in. We are connected with so many areas that sometimes it gets quite heavy, particularly for life of young people, because we are working, we are getting our education qualification, and working multiple volunteering commitments, and yeah, it's exhausting. So you need to really understand that and really capture that in whatever that you're planning to do. I'm sure that went on, and but yeah.
Thank you so much, Hardy. I think that something that really comes from your words of wisdom is that many multicultural and Indigenous communities often extend their hand even when they have absolutely nothing, no resources, no support, no emotional capacity. We're always looking to extend our arm to those that are less privileged than us, because we recognize that we have lived and our communities have lived through so much that we must always make space. And I think that this is something that really does tie in with Brenda's work. And I will direct this next question to Brenda, because I know Brenda has created so many opportunities for those that are less privileged than her, specifically young people. Whilst we are all young people on this panel today, I recognize that adolescent young people specifically are often left behind within the narrative of change and within the narrative of creating reform for the future generations to come. So I guess in commemoration of International Day of the Girl Child, which passed last month, I guess, Brenda, my question to you specifically ties into how we can ensure that young adolescent involvement is actually reached within active decision-making levels. How can we emphasize the voices of adolescents if they are given no support from financial to emotional capacity to prevail within spaces that aren't really beneficial or aren't really welcoming to their own?
That's a big question. So honestly, I feel like it's really a small thing when you really think about it, because how much does it really take to get a group of young kids together and ask them what they want, or what their future ideas are, or what change they want to see? It really doesn't take much. So I feel like just putting that support and having more, like, I wouldn't say like youth centers, but having more like discussions and conversations and putting out more things that kids want to see. Because I feel like a lot of things that are put out right now for youth aren't really what the youth want, if that makes sense. Like, the youth are getting guided, like decisions are made, how would I put it?
For youth?
Yeah,
without
for youth, without the youth. Yeah, pretty much. And I feel like people have an idea of what we want or what the younger generation want, but it's like, how do you 100% know if you don't take that chance and ask them? If you don't just, yeah, it's really just about asking and just supporting them, and just, I guess, putting in like steps to make sure that their voices are heard. So if that means like once a month going down to a local community center and running an event, like a small like sausage sizzle, but like, you know, or yeah, just something small like that, and you have kids coming through, and then just having that small conversation with them, like from that you can grow ideas. But you don't really see much people, I guess, doing that. And I feel like it's not because they don't want to do it, but it's just because it's like sometimes the most simplest things are the things that work best. So you could have all these like events and all these big like discussions and stuff like that, but you could have those events, but youth don't turn up to things like that. So from a youth point of view, just having like smaller things or just having like simpler discussions, I feel like that will really work in the future.
Thank you so much, Brenda. And that, my friends, is the power of dialogue and discourse. And I think that this discussion specifically ties into a question for my good friend Imara. specifically surrounding what the power of dialogue and what the power of storytelling can truly do to impact reform. As we all know, in June of this year, the world was hit with a global momentum surrounding Black Lives Matter, the movement, and we not only saw it, this movement spark within the US, but we also saw so many Western Australians, so many Australians pull up for our Indigenous brothers and sisters and recognise that here within Australia, we have black deaths occurring right in front of us, and we have failed to acknowledge and we have failed to fight for our black brothers and sisters, both African Australians and Aboriginal Australians. And I know that there is still so much to do, and words will never be enough to encompass the trauma that some of these communities COVID-19 has provided multiple opportunities for digital spaces for innovative thinking. What do you think we can do, or what do you
To just summarize, and without going into like a I had a dream speech, but kind of also going into that, I envision that in the future, I think even within our own communities, there's a lot of divides, that within African communities, within Indigenous communities, within, you know, ethnically diverse communities, there's a huge amount of diversity, but also a divide in terms of that we are focusing on so many things because there's so much pain and there hasn't been a lot of healing. And I look at places in the world that are doing like reasonably well as a, like, you know, result of, like, you think of South Africa, within one generation, there was a huge amount of, you know, segregation and divide. And what's changed there was having a lot of healing conversations. It was beginning to actually see our stories as something that liberates us rather than something that divides us. It was beginning to think about how, you know, there's so much going on in the world, and when we actually begin to see, you know, our own experiences as one, that I think is where the shift occurs. I think that's where the healing, you know, you can connect with that. Like, everyone has something that's been quite difficult in their lives. And if you haven't had that yet, it's coming. But it's acknowledging that, you know, what connects us. It's the human in you that connects the human in me. And what's created divides between countries and what's made people go, I want to be heard, and I'm going to talk about Black Lives Matter versus All Lives Matter, is because I haven't been heard. I haven't felt seen. And every single one of us has had that at some point in our lifetime. Every one of us has, you know, mourned the loss of something. Every one of us has had to move through tremendous experiences in our lives that have shaped and changed us forever. So when we begin to talk about our stories and we talk about our experiences, we begin to learn more about our stories and our experiences. And we are able to connect with other people, because for so long we've been othered. I think that people of colour, it's you're the other, so we can do anything that we want to you because you're not us. And what changes that is literally simply the opposite. It's I am you and you are me. How do we move beyond this? Let's see each other for our experiences, and let's move forward together, because I can't do it without you and you can't do it without me, because either way we're just going to be angry with one another.
Now that was something. I think Disrupted Festival needs to cut that as a clip and post that on YouTube. Thank you so much, Amara. That was absolutely stunning, and I very much so. It really did hit close to heart for me. So thank you, Kobe. I guess
of or experiences where it's been done really well and someone has created that space for you that you felt acknowledged and heard, and how, if we were to try to do that, we could do it successfully.
Is anyone up for it?
For me, it would be when people are willing to be uncomfortable. It's like when we're trying to have a difficult conversation and we're trying to make sure that it's comfortable the entire way through, we're setting it up to fail. Because if somebody on the other side is really uncomfortable, and normally you are when you're sitting in like a really vulnerable space and you're sharing something, you're sharing your narrative, and I want to acknowledge that, like, for all of us, it's like we're sharing our narrative, and we, found a lot of peace or healing in that journey, but for a lot of people, they aren't there yet. And so having that one-to-one conversation is a huge privilege. And even hearing other people's stories is a huge privilege, but we need to be comfortable or willing to be uncomfortable in order to have these conversations. They're not going to be had, because if we're actually having the conversation, it's probably going to challenge something within us. It's probably going to make us feel a bit like, oh my God, have I been doing something that's wrong all the time? It's going to challenge our biases and our stuff, right? We've got our, just like, it's going to stir it up. And that's okay, because then we can begin new, and that's important.
Kobe, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, it's 100% like perfect to what I've experienced in my time as well, is that when sharing music in Yunga and stuff, I've come to meet so many different people from so many different walks of life, and it's been so wonderful to get to know these people. And I think one of the important things is that throughout all of our contexts, there are aspects of these contexts that are uncomfortable. And this discomfort that's faced within this context, it's not your fault. It's not your fault that there's this thing that's happening. That all the stuff that's happened in our time. And before our time, especially. And it's I think one important variable to achieve coexistence is a level of compromise between each other, and understand that, like yes, there are some uncomfortable truths about some of my cultural background. There's some other uncomfortable truths about other things, and that
I'm sorry, I have to call.
My name's Tom. I was realizing that the old stories can be a vehicle which people can use for telling and discussing uncomfortable things. And these come from a long time ago, and they do two things. They promote diversity, because you can tell stories about sort of Noah's Ark, about Hansel and Gretel, about the Egyptian Sphinx, or Anansi the spider. And whatever they are, they come back and reinforce our culture that we come from, as well as promoting diversity.
Thank you so much. Any comments?
Well, I think that was quite beautifully said. I think a lot of times we operate on a level where there's no resonance. You are in control of dialogue, and you expect that someone should share part of their life with you. And in the presence of Kobe, because I shared part of my life with Kobe, and that's where it started the conversation without even asking our names. We just went into the culture factor sort of thing. So that's really one way of like doing and sort of having those warm conversations. And you can only do it when you become like part, you have to
look for each other within a room where we don't find representation, and the safety of ourselves and our personalities and who we are, we essentially find our shield. Another person is always our shield because we feel comfort within those who have experienced similar trauma to us. So beautifully worded. Do we have any more questions from the audience? This is your lucky chance to speak to some incredible young people.
I'm so sorry. I have to. You have to hold. Music, because there are no words. It crosses everything, and I wonder how much do we actually think and use it. Music from different cultures is also slightly different, but we eventually can sort of tune in and recognize the patterns. And I wondered whether this was a form that we're not using in our dialogues.
Beautiful question. I think I might pass this question to Kobe, given that Kobe is a lovely musician.
Yes. The importance of utilizing music as a vehicle to promote a particular ideology is definitely something that is all throughout every demographic, in my opinion. We have so many different cultural origins of musical cultural origins, and obviously I liked to utilize the goal of my traditional Nyunga chanting, and hopefully one day I would like to be able to, go into traditional Irish, traditional German, and English, and like through this particular example and doing my research on this particular example, I've noticed that there are so many other instances and other examples of expression and ideology, some of which do utilize words. Others don't. There are other instances where there is music that don't need the words. And so some of this music is done in a way that is expressing a feeling, a background kind of feeling, the way that music is sounding, what instruments are utilized, the tempo, the key, the time signature, they all come together to try and emphasize a particular vibe, a particular feeling, a particular ideology. While we do utilize words, I utilize words a lot. There are a lot of instances where a song's particularly created without any words to bring about a particular vibe, and sometimes people can just click with that. Some people can sometimes just click and understand and empathize. What's an example? There's I love the sound of traditional music throughout various areas of India. It sounds absolutely wonderful to hear these different sounds, especially when you have a particular sound that's for a particular ceremony. Then you have, as a contrasting feature, you have like a symphony from Europe somewhere, and that symphony has again, no words, but it has highs, it has lows, it has major and minor chords, a particular sound to emphasize a particular feeling, and it is, I guess, is in a way like one of those instruments that tries to speak on behalf of the soul when the words can't get there for you.
Thank you so much, Kobe. Before we do wrap up, I just want to ask Brenda her thoughts as well on this question. I know that young people, especially adolescents, have very much so touched into the music aspect of connecting amongst each other. Do you also resonate with what Kobe has said? And do you see power in music connecting all cultures?
100%. A lot of kids, like when you're happy, you listen to music. When you're sad, you listen to music. When you're mad, you listen to music. I feel like music is a very powerful tool that can be used if it's done right. I feel like there's a positive side and there's also like a negative side of music, 100%. So I guess just positively using music could 100% work in getting used together.
Thank you so much, Brenda. I guess I think we might be wrapping up now. So I guess before I do close off and before I do hand the mic back over to our lovely, she does have a mic, but I just first of all wanted to thank the lovely panelists here today. As I mentioned earlier today, it takes a lot to express your story, especially as young, diverse people living within a country that is inherently disadvantageous to many of us here today. But in also saying that, I tip my hat off to these incredible panelists for sharing their wisdom, because our wisdom is not just one generation, it is intergenerationally found within our ancestral lineage. As Imara mentioned earlier today, we hold the knowledge of so many of our family members that haven't had the power to express their voices within spaces that have been so hazardous and so traumatic. So I really do to pause for a moment, that the audience recognizes that there is so much power behind the words that have been spoken today. Also, before I close off, I just want to thank the Youth Affairs Council for bringing together these incredible young people, specifically Matthew in the audience. Matthew, please